Chapter 1171. It might not be overturning the heavens, but at the very least, it's stalling for time. Wentian said, previously, Queen Lan Qi had always been living in seclusion in the palace, not bothering with worldly affairs. Why would she suddenly propose an election for the throne? It must be because Yang Dingtian had come to New Naga to discuss it with her, helping Yang Dingtian to stall for time. Queen Hai Xian said, how long can he stall for time? At most, half a year. Not to mention half a year, even if it's 10 years, Yang Dingtian won't be able to avoid the fate of the human countries being destroyed. Wentian said, stall for half a year, so that the elites of the human countries can retreat into the Empire of Darkness. Queen Hai Xian's eyes lit up, yes, retreat into the Empire of Darkness. The entire Empire of Darkness is surrounded by countless dark matter, and even the army of New Naga can't break through. This way, we really can't do anything to them. Wentian laughed, how is that possible? Don't forget who discovered this Empire of Darkness. Queen Hai Xian said, but only Yang Dingtian and the Devil Queen have the eye of primeval Naga, which can melt the dark matter and enter the Empire of Darkness. Now, both of them are in Yang Dingtian's hands. Wentian said, the highest authority of the entire Empire of Darkness is tied to my soul. Its sky-connecting imperial capital is a huge energy formation. Even though I don't have the eye of primeval gem, I can still easily open it and even destroy it completely, easily killing everyone inside. When these words came out, Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. This was what he was most afraid of. Wentian had the highest authority of the Empire of Darkness. If he was allowed to enter the human countries and instantly kill all the fleeing humans and demon foxes, that would be too terrifying. Yang Dingtian's wife and children were all inside. In that case, he couldn't let him leave New Naga alive. Wentian continued, recently, did you sense Yang Dingtian's aura? You said that he had come to New Naga before, and that he would definitely come to kill me. Queen Hai Xian said angrily, you made me live in torment every day. Wentian replied, what I'm saying is that he will come to kill you and me. It's not just you alone. I'm not even afraid, so what are you afraid of? Queen Hai Xian said, you're a lunatic. You're not afraid of death, but that doesn't mean others aren't. Wentian replied, don't worry, if his cultivation hasn't reached a certain level, he won't come. Tell me, have you felt his aura recently? Queen Hai Xian shook her head and said, I don't know. I have nightmares every day, so I often have hallucinations. There were a few times when I felt that Yang Dingtian had entered my room and was right beside me. He could kill me at any time. When Tian asked, when was the last time you had a hallucination? Queen Hai Xian said, I don't know. Maybe it was a few days ago. Wentian replied, don't worry, if he wants to kill me, he will have to kill me first. Because I have the void fissure flame, I can pass through the borders of the abyss. Moreover, I have the highest authority in the Empire of Darkness. My importance is much higher than yours. Yang Dingtian will definitely kill me first before killing you. There's no protection in my pyramid. I'll just wait there for him to kill me. You're a lunatic. Queen Hai Xian said angrily. Wentian laughed nonchalantly, then stood up and left. Wentian's words clearly didn't bring much comfort to Hai Xian. She continued to stay in her room every day. She had already steeled her heart and wouldn't take any risks unless it was Boyi's orders. Otherwise, she would definitely wait for the news of Yang Dingtian's death before leaving her pyramid. Time passed quickly. Yang Dingtian was still trapped in Hai Xian's room. Every day, he would watch Hai Xian's torturous performance. All the way until the Sea Snake Naga Imperial Court was held. Finally, Queen Hai Xian left her pyramid. Under the protection of over 100 Naga guards, she headed towards the Golden Hall. Originally, she didn't have the qualifications to participate in the Imperial Court. However, she was still the representative of Queen Medusa. Finally, Yang Dingtian could leave this damned pyramid. After Queen Hai Xian and the Naga guards left, Yang Dingtian rushed out of the pyramid like lightning. He instantly heaved a sigh of relief. What the hell, he was trapped here for a few days, unable to move at all. The golden hall of the sea snake descendants was very large. It was over 10,000 square meters in size. The important figures of the sea snake descendants of the Naga clan all entered. There were thousands of Naga from the later generations participating in this grand court assembly. The entire great hall was bustling with activity. Therefore, when Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang entered the main hall, it wouldn't be too abrupt. The guards of the great hall, Naga, found it difficult to calculate how much space was occupied in the great hall. At this time, Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang were on the dome of the great hall, looking down. While the people below were moving back and forth, Yang Dingtian and Naga could still move. Once everyone below was fixed in position, he and Naga would be unable to move. Although they were invisible, as long as they moved, it would cause distortion in space. Soon, they would be detected by the spiritual masters of the Naga. Because Yang Dingtian's invisibility technique was not a true spatial isolation. It was not like the isolated space created by the dark vortex. That was true concealment. Almost an hour later, everyone in the great hall had arrived. All the leaders of the sea snake descendants of Naga clan had filled the great hall. Yang Dingtian found that there were even figures of the mermaid descendants of Naga clan. After all the leaders had arrived, more than 50 elders of the sea snake descendants of Naga clan came in from the back door and sat on the central platform. The imperial court in Naga was arranged in a similar way to the United Nations General Assembly. Thousands of representatives sat in a circle. More than 50 elders sat in 3 circles of seats on the central platform. The highest golden throne in the middle was high up. It should be the seat of the patriarch, Boyi. Everyone's time was up, except for Boyi's life. Queen Hai Xian was also qualified to participate in this imperial court, but she was sitting in a corner of the great hall. At this time, all the representatives of the Naga clan in the great hall were whispering to each other, discussing the important matters of this imperial court. More than 50 elders sat motionlessly, waiting for the arrival of Boyi's order. At this time, Yang Dingtian had already used the dark mystic flame to build the dark mystic flame and a black hole to create a real isolated space. Then, the 3 mystic flames were burning quietly in the isolated space. When Boyi appeared, he immediately injected all the mystic chi in the level 51 Emperor grade soul sword into the 3 mystic flames, and then immediately struck. Everything was ready, waiting for Boyi to take his seat. Yang Dingtian made a visual estimation. Boyi Ming and the 50 over-elders were only around 100 square meters, which was within the range of the 3 mystic flames' lightning attack. If there were no accidents, Boyi Ming and the 50 elders would all be burned to ashes by the lightning of the 58th Order 3 profound flame. Yang Dingtian's spirit couldn't help but become nervous. Time seemed to have slowed down. Yang Dingtian was eagerly waiting for Boyi's arrival. The assassination this time was too important. It was related to the survival of the entire human nation and the survival of Yang Dingtian's family. If this assassination was not successful, the human nation's doomsday would be unstoppable. However, although he was nervous, it was impossible for his heart to beat like thunder. At this time, Yang Dingtian had the body of a demigod and could even stop his heart. For example, his heartbeat and breathing had completely stopped. Naga Shuang's state of mind was obviously much better than Yang Dingtian's. She was very calm both externally and internally. Husband, there are almost 10,000 future Naga down there, and each of them is close to the demigod level, Naga Shuang said. I know, Yang Dingtian said. Naga Shuang said, so, once they discover us, they can immediately form a strong energy net and surround us. We can't escape. I know, Yang Dingtian said. Naga Shuang said, so, our only chance to escape is when the three profound fire explodes. At that time, the entire hall will be filled with powerful energy, and the 10,000 demigod Naga won't be able to lock onto us. Yang Dingtian said, I know. So, after the three profound fire explodes, we can't wait to see the result. We have to leave immediately without looking back. Naga Shuang said, yes, we can't let anything go wrong. Okay, Yang Dingtian said. At this time, the door of the Golden Hall slowly opened. The patriarch, Boyi, slowly entered under the guard of hundreds of Naga warriors. This person was completely different from Boyi. But both of them were peerlessly handsome. Boyi was more domineering, majestic, and domineering. Boyi, on the other hand, was terrifying and full of the aura of a king. He was wearing a golden robe, and when he walked in step by step, he attracted everyone's attention. His eyes were arrogant and full of laziness, and his long and tall aquiline nose was eye-catching. His blonde hair was slightly curly, making him look even more noble in his dark side. He had eyes like a poisonous snake, and no one knew what he was thinking. He walked step by step to the golden throne in the center. Yang Dingtian noticed that he was holding a scroll in his hand. Was this the scroll of the greater space technique? Hadn't he learned it yet? After they finish learning the scroll, they can still keep the scroll intact, Naga Shuang said. But the energy runes in it are empty. As long as they fill it with energy again, the scroll can be learned and learned again. Before he reached the throne, Boyi stopped and stood on the fifth step. He turned around and raised the scroll in his hand, saying loudly, do you know what scroll is in my hand? No, all the Naga leaders said. Boyi said, this scroll was given to me by the ancient Empress Medusa. When he said this, all the Naga leaders in the hall were shocked. The ancient Empress Medusa was the spiritual leader of the future Naga. Boyi said, this scroll is the highest product of martial wisdom, the greater space technique. Instantly, the entire hall was shocked and excited. All the Naga leaders knew what it meant to have the greater space technique. It meant that they could leave this damned place. He would be able to leave this confined space and enjoy the boundless energy of the outside world. Boyi said, Empress Medusa sent a messenger to pass this greater space technique to me. Please welcome the next Naga candidate, Lady Hai Xian. Boyi pointed, and all eyes turned to Queen Hai Xian in the corner of the hall. The Sea Heart Queen's face instantly flushed red, filled with incomparable excitement. Lady Hai Xian, please come over. Boyi said. Yang Dingtian was anxious. This Boyi was really meddlesome, why didn't he return to his throne? Because Yang Dingtian's three mystic flames lightning lethality had to be controlled very precisely. It had to be spread out with Boyi's life as the center. Now, Boyi was standing outside the death radius. Taking a deep breath, Queen Sea Heart leisurely walked up the steps. Her peerlessly beautiful body knelt down and said, Serpentine Sea Heart greets the king. Boyi said, come, tell everyone, why did Empress Medusa choose you as her messenger? Queen Hai Xian stood up and stood at the bottom of the stairs, because I am the mortal enemy of the human Yang Dingtian. Boyi said, then, who is this Yang Dingtian? The Sea Heart Queen said, he's just a clown. When there are no tigers in the mountains, the monkeys call themselves overlords. Right now, he's the supreme ruler of all of the human kingdoms. He's the one who occupies the incomparably rich human kingdoms and the little western paradise. Although I am not a Naga, I am a candidate for the next Naga. There is not a day that goes by that I do not want to restore the glory of the Naga Empire. It was this clown Yang Dingtian who destroyed my Naga Empire. No, 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 you do not have the ability, nor the right to restore the glory of the Naga Empire. Boyi said, then, may I ask, what ability does Yang Dingtian have to destroy your Naga Empire? And what about the other servants of Queen Medusa? Queen Hai Xian said, because Yang Dingtian is the successor of the Shuwu Piaoyan. Shuwu Piaoyan. Boyi gritted his teeth and said word by word, "We will all remember this person's name, this hypocritical and despicable human. It was because we listened to his slanderous words that the Naga Empire was destroyed. That's why we're imprisoned in this terrifying confinement space. Shu Piaoyan is the Naga Empire's biggest enemy. Now, his successor, a lowly and filthy human, has actually taken over the entire rich world. He has actually taken over the old site of our Naga Empire. This is truly the greatest disgrace to our Naga Empire." Taking a deep breath, Boyi said, "And the wise and great Queen Medusa has long seen through Shu Piaoyan's conspiracy. But the entire ancient Naga Empire was deceived by this hypocritical human, so Queen Medusa had to flee the empire with the secret of the space technique and hide in the world. Now, more than 10,000 years have passed, and she finally found a messenger, found us, and gave us the space technique, freedom, and the mission to restore the glory of the Naga Empire." All the future Naga leaders held their breaths and looked at Boyi with excitement, feeling an unprecedented sense of mission. Boyi said slowly, "And Queen Lan Qi is no doubt the puppet of the hypocritical human, Shu Piaoyan, and the bitch of the lowly human, Yang Dingtian. She is a traitor to the entire Naga Empire, and we must overthrow and destroy her. I, Boyi, am the king of the great Naga Empire. I will lead you out of this disgusting space and conquer the entire chaos world. We will destroy all the inferior races and trample all the insect-like humans to death. We will turn the entire world into the pyramid of our Naga Empire. We will devour the energy of the entire chaos world, and we will challenge the position of God. Long live, long live, long live," everyone present roared in unison. "Long live Queen Medusa! Long live King Boyi! Destroy the traitor Lan Qi, destroy the lowly human!" The entire hall fell into a complete frenzy. The desires of countless later generations of Nagas filled the entire space. Yang Dingtian thought, didn't the demigods of the ancient Naga Empire transform these future Naga when they sacrificed themselves? Didn't they let them develop spiritual energy? Why are they still so greedy? Naga Shuang sneered, "If they are not greedy, are they still Naga? If they can change their greedy habits, why imprison them? It's because we don't trust them that we imprison them." It made sense. Yang Dingtian was speechless. Yang Dingtian said, "Shuang, you are their kind. Don't you have any psychological barriers to killing them? Don't you want to be their leader?" Naga Shuang said, "Husband, should I say that because they are your enemies, I want to destroy them? Because I love you, I don't hesitate to destroy my own kind. Is this the only answer that can satisfy you?" Yang Dingtian was speechless. Naga Shuang said, "Because they follow Medusa. There is not much energy left in this world. If we give it all to them, how can we break through to the demigod level?" These words were so straightforward and self-righteous. Now, Yang Dingtian would no longer criticize Naga Shuang for her greed. Because he and Naga already shared everything. Finally, the cheers and fanaticism below ended. Queen Haixian's act was also over. She returned to her own remote position. Boyi Ming said, "Now, I will announce a few orders." Yang Dingtian was anxious and angry. "If you want to announce orders, go back to your throne and do it. Why are you standing outside the circle?" Finally, it was unknown if the heavens had heard Yang Dingtian's inner voice or if Bo Yiming felt that he had to stand on the golden throne in order to be justified. He walked step by step to the golden throne. Finally, without further complications, he went directly to the golden throne, to the center of the circle of death that Yang Dingtian had built. Above the dome of the palace, Yang Dingtian had already used the dark vortex to create an isolated space. The 3 Xian fires had been burning quietly in this isolated space. The Emperor-grade soul sword had also been in this isolated space, quietly supplying the 3 Xian fires with energy. Of course, the amount of energy was very little. It was enough to keep the 3 Xian fires burning. The entire process, be it vision or energy, was absolutely invisible. No one would be able to sense anything, and there would not be any energy fluctuations. As long as Bo Yiming entered the golden throne, it would be activated immediately. Bo Yiming sat on the throne. Yang Dingtian did not delay. He immediately used his consciousness to control the soul sword and poured all the energy into the 3 Xian fires with the Xian fires. If it was a human, it would take more than 15 minutes to supply all the Xian Qi in his level 51 Qi C. But the Emperor-grade soul sword had 1,000 miles of Xian meridian essence. It could supply all the energy in his Qi C in less than 0.1 seconds. Swoosh! Instantly, the astronomical amount of Xian Qi in the Emperor-grade soul sword was poured into the void-cracking fire, the Devil Spirit demonic fire, and the Million Spirit demonic fire. The 3 Xian fires burned to the extreme. Then, Yang Dingtian controlled the isolated space and quickly descended to the top of Bo Yiming's head. The isolated space was completely invisible. It was completely in another plane of space. There would not even be any space distortion during the movement. The 3 Xian fires burned completely in the isolated space created by the black hole. They were filled with earth-shattering energy and were just 3 feet above Bo Yiming's head. Bo Yiming raised the scroll and said, "I order all the Naga tribes to overthrow the puppet Queen Lan Qi. Only I, Bo Yiming, am the supreme king of the Naga Empire, right now, right now." Yang Dingtian controlled the 3 Xian fires and slammed them. Boom! No words could describe the power of this Xian fire lightning. The power of level 58 and level 59 Xian fire lightning. A light that was 1,000 times brighter than the sun exploded. Everything was crushed into powder. Bo Yiming, who was under the light beam, was instantly annihilated. The moment the 3 Xian fire lightning touched him, before it exploded, Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang turned into 2 streaks of lightning and broke through the roof of the Golden Palace. They were tens of thousands of meters above the ground. Chapter 1172. He could not see the results of the battle, nor did he have the time to do so. Because the moment the 3 mysterious fire exploded was the only chance for Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang to escape. In fact, when Yang Dingtian rushed out of the hall, he was immediately locked down by thousands of demigod-level energy beams. He and Naga Shuang could not move at all. A single Naga, or even a few, would not be able to lock down Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang. However, the energy array formed by thousands of Nagas was enough to trap the 2 of them in an instant. But the moment the 3 mysterious fire exploded, an extremely powerful energy burst out. Not only did it destroy Bo Yiming, but more than 50 elders as well. Moreover, the energy field of the entire hall was completely destroyed. The energy array that locked down Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang was completely destroyed. Only then did Yang Dingtian and Shuang manage to escape. From the looks of it, Yang Dingtian's appearance to his escape took less than 1/10 of a second. But in that time, they were locked down for almost 100th of a second. But everything happened so quickly that it was as if nothing had happened. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang's figures were like lightning. In just a few moments, they had flown hundreds of miles away. The group of Naga could no longer catch the 2 of them. What was the result of the 3 mysterious fire explosion? Yang Dingtian did not even have the time to turn his head. He did not see that Bo Yiming and the 50 elders had been completely destroyed. Even their bodies could not be found. And more than 10 Naga leaders who were closest to him had also been destroyed. Hundreds of Naga leaders who were outside the radius of death had their bodies destroyed. They were severely injured, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The golden hall that occupied tens of thousands of square meters was instantly destroyed. Then, an extremely powerful shockwave swept out like a super-large nuclear bomb. Countless pyramids seemed to have been swept by an invisible energy storm and were instantly destroyed. With Bo Yiming as the center, the terrifying energy storm formed a huge circle and swept out continuously. Wherever the storm passed, everything turned to dust. The ground was lifted up dozens of meters. The houses and trees on the ground were all reduced to dust. The entire old capital, with the Golden Palace as the center, had a diameter of over 10,000 meters. Everything within the circle had suffered a devastating blow. This profound fire lightning that was created by using all the profound qi in the 51st step soul sword was much more powerful than Yang Dingtian had imagined. Queen Hai Xian was not dead. Because she was in the most corner of the hall. Of course, with her cultivation of rank 20 or so, even if she was in the corner of the hall, she would not be able to withstand the shocking mysterious flame. But at the moment of the explosion, all the Naga leaders in the hall instinctively released layers of energy shields to defend against this shocking explosion. Therefore, when the mysterious flames struck her, there were dozens of energy shields blocking it. 80% of the Naga leaders in the hall were safe and sound. The energy storm of the mysterious flames could not destroy the layers of energy shields and directly spread outwards. Although Queen Hai Xian was not dead, she was more or less dead. She sat on the ground and did not move. Her lower body, which was originally in human form, had now turned into a snake's body. Because of fear, all the scales had shrunk. He didn't have any strength left in his body. His entire body was trembling, and he couldn't even stand up. It was Yang Dingtian. It must be Yang Dingtian. She knew in her heart that the person who had launched this attack must be Yang Dingtian. The mysterious flames was Yang Dingtian's signature attack. But such a powerful and terrifying mysterious flames completely exceeded Queen Hai Xian's imagination. A few months ago, when she had just left the human kingdom, Yang Dingtian was at most level 24 and had already reached the limit of a human. Even if he had intercourse with the Naga Shuang, he would only be around level 30. But this attack definitely exceeded that of a demigod. It definitely exceeded that of a demigod. When she thought of the term demigod, Queen Hai Xian's heart trembled. She was scared out of her wits. Yang Dingtian had already broken through to demigod. How was this possible? He was a human. How could he break through to demigod? Even the Naga Dugu Shuang could not break through to demigod. It would take at least a few hundred years before there was a slight possibility of breaking through to demigod. There was only one demigod in this world, and that was Queen Medusa. How could Yang Dingtian break through to demigod? When she thought of Queen Medusa, Hai Xian could not help but feel emboldened. She desperately tried to summon Queen Medusa in her mind, hoping to get new instructions, new orders, even if it was just her voice. But there was nothing. After passing the greater space technique to Wentian, Hai Xian's mission seemed to have been completed. It was as though she had no more value. Thus, the soul-leaving palace no longer had any traces in her body. The soul-leaving palace had only made use of her and made a deal with her. If it was before, Queen Hai Xian would have thought that this deal was worth it. She had once again betrayed Yang Dingtian in exchange for the energy universe technique, the goodwill of New Naga, and the chance to break through to the Saint Realm. All these benefits were completely worth it. But these things were nothing compared to her life. In her imagination, as long as New Naga charged into the human countries, Yang Dingtian would definitely die. The level 24 Yang Dingtian was just an ant in front of the next generation of Naga. But, this ant that she thought of as an ant had charged into New Naga and killed the next generation of Naga's leader and all the elders. He had even destroyed half of the old capital city. Yang Dingtian, who had broken through to the demigod realm, was definitely undying and undefeatable. Then, for a demigod Yang Dingtian to kill her, Hai Xian, would be as easy as blowing off dust. Thinking of this, Queen Hai Xian immediately felt that Yang Dingtian was right beside her. He was right beside her and was even staring at her with a cold smile. Yang Dingtian could turn invisible. The reason why he didn't kill her was because he wanted to play with her like a cat playing with a mouse. He didn't want to kill her directly. Yes, that must be it. Yang Dingtian must want to play with her until she died. He must want her to die in the most miserable way possible. Thinking of this, Hai Xian's entire body lost all strength. She was ambitious and determined, but Yang Dingtian's energy attack that was above the demigod realm had destroyed everything. A few hours later, the entire old capital city was barely restored to order. All the warriors and spiritual masters of the sea snake descendants of Naga came out in full force. They sealed off every inch of the old capital city and every inch of the sky. Layers upon layers of energy shields protected each pyramid. Of course, most of these energy shields couldn't withstand a demigod realm attack. But at least, they could make Yang Dingtian invisible. It was as if tens of thousands of air defense radars had been installed in the old capital city. Any target that entered would be immediately discovered and locked on. Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang were no exception. The results of the big explosion were out. Clan leader Boi Ming had already passed away. 53 elders were all dead. The entire Naga's highest leadership of the sea snake descendants had been wiped out. They were all captured in one fell swoop. The remaining leaders immediately sent a team of 50 Naga realm experts, who were close to the demigod level, to search every place. They couldn't find any traces of Yang Dingtian. Most of the remaining forces were used for defense. After Boi and the others were killed, the first thing many leaders thought of was defense. The reason for that was because the attack from earlier was simply too astonishing. Furthermore, it was completely impossible to guard against. If it happened a second time, a third time, a fourth time, or a fifth time, the consequences would be completely destructive. In the attack just now, a total of 69 Naga realm experts of the first generation were killed. 128 Naga realm experts of the second generation were killed. 852 Naga realm experts of the third generation were killed. Nearly 5,000 Naga realm experts of the fourth generation were killed. That was because all the third, fourth, and fifth Naga realm experts near the Golden Hall were dead. That was because they were slaves, and they all served the Boi Ming clan leader alone. Now, all the servants had died with Boi. After layers of defense were set up in the old capital city, the surviving Naga leaders of the later generations of the sea serpent descendants held an emergency meeting. The content of the meeting was, of course, to elect a new leader. After the first leader went into seclusion, Boi had taken over the position of leader for thousands of years. Boi was a heroic hero, so he didn't have much authority. Therefore, almost all the internal affairs were handed over to his younger brother, Boi. Therefore, Boi Ming was the most powerful person in the new Naga Empire. In the old capital, it didn't matter if you accidentally offended Boi, but if you offended Boi, you would basically die. Therefore, after Boi died, there was no obstacle for Boi to take over the position of leader. Now that Boi was dead, who would be the leader became a huge problem. The entire Naga realm experts of the sea snake descendants formed two factions. The first faction was the fighting faction. They were filled with hatred and anger, and they had to kill their way into the human countries. They weren't going to leave a single person, a single blade of grass, or a single tree. They were going to wipe out Yang Dingtian and his family. They wanted to avenge Boi and all the people who died. The second faction was the peace faction. They felt that Yang Dingtian had become a demigod, and he had a demigod Naga by his side. Moreover, the greater space spell had been destroyed, and they couldn't enter the human countries anymore. On the other hand, Yang Dingtian could enter new Naga from time to kill. The entire empire could defend against him for a day or two, or a month or two, but it couldn't defend against him for 10 or 20 years. Moreover, once Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang became demigods, they would become more and more powerful. When that time came, Yang Dingtian would definitely use new Naga as a hunting ground and kill every few days. There were only so many people in New Naga. After a few decades or a few hundred years, all of them would be killed. Moreover, once they became demigods, they would be immortal. Therefore, the only way out now was to ask Yang Dingtian for peace. In the beginning, the number of those who wanted to fight far outnumbered those who wanted to compromise. However, after the peace faction expressed their views, many people immediately fell silent. That was right. This made a lot of sense. Without the greater space spell, the future generations of Naga couldn't attack Yang Dingtian's lair, but Yang Dingtian could come and kill Naga at any time. Even if he killed a few dozen in a year, after tens of thousands of years, the entire new Naga would be killed. One could only be a thief for 1,000 years, but there was no such thing as guarding against a thief for 1,000 years. After losing the greater space spell, the entire new Naga would fall into a completely passive state. Therefore, a new faction was born, the centrist faction. This faction felt that they should do nothing now and wait for Queen Medusa's new decree. There were many people in this faction, but they didn't have much morale, because their views were too negative. Regardless of whether it was a struggle or a compromise, they were relatively proactive. Sitting there and waiting without doing anything was too passive. The leader of the struggle faction asked, "Are you sure that the greater space spell scroll has been completely destroyed? There's only one scroll in total, and it's in the hands of Patriarch Boi Ming. For now, only one person has learned the greater space spell, and that's Patriarch Boi Ming. Of course, the entire code of the scroll is roughly known by the 50 elders, because they were the ones who injected the energy runes into the scroll. However, they are all dead, and not a single one is left. Then what about Queen Medusa's messenger? She's the one who brought the greater space spell, and she should still have it in her brain. Unfortunately, she's just a tool. She doesn't even know the greater space spell, and Queen Medusa is only temporarily borrowing her brain." The leader of the struggle faction said, "Let the spiritual masters search her brain again and again, and search every inch of it. It's already in progress, but you also know that the brain world is boundless. Dozens of spiritual masters searching at the same time will take a few days and nights, and they have to be very careful, otherwise they might be completely lost." The leader of the struggle faction said, "Then what about the human, Wentian? He's already disappeared, and we can't find him at all." At this moment, Queen Hai Xian was already surrounded by dozens of spiritual masters. Her brain world had already been forcefully opened by drugs and spiritual power. Dozens of powerful spiritual masters searched every part of her memory, every signal, and tried to find the code of the greater space spell. However, they were destined to be disappointed. The soul-leaving palace had indeed placed the complete greater space spell scroll in her brain, but after handing it over, it didn't leave any traces in her brain, and was completely erased. After a few days and nights, dozens of spiritual masters searched every part of Queen Hai Xian's brain, but to no avail. And Queen Medusa also didn't send any new messengers. And at this moment, a tribe that was 3,000 miles away from the old capital was attacked by Yang Dingtian. More than 20 Naga warriors were killed on the way to the old capital. Immediately after, in a tribe in the south of the old capital, a Naga warrior who was close to being a demigod was attacked. Not only was he attacked, but all the energy in his body was also completely devoured. His demon core, which was his secondary energy reserve, was also dug out. Even the fake deep-sea Xian poison, his Xian meridians, and the original skin of Naga were all removed. His death was extremely cruel. Instantly, the whole of New Naga was in a state of panic. No one in Naga dared to go out without permission. Countless small and medium-sized tribes wanted to escape to the old capital. However, as long as there were less than a dozen Naga warriors, they would definitely be attacked on the way. Once they were attacked, they would be completely wiped out. More than half a month had passed since Boi was killed. The conflict between the factions in the old capital had yet to come to an end. The dozens of Naga patrolling armies that were sent out didn't find anything either. And Naga warriors all over the country were attacked. In just half a month, more than 1,000 Naga warriors of the later generation were killed. There were dozens of first-generation Naga warriors who were close to being demigods. After Yang Dingtian successfully assassinated Boyi, he didn't stop. Instead, he became a hunter in New Naga. If this continued, it wouldn't take tens of thousands of years. In a few hundred years, the whole of New Naga would be killed. Moreover, all the Naga warriors in the old capital couldn't do anything. They could only continuously input energy into the energy shield every day to prevent Yang Dingtian from entering. If this continued, it wouldn't take long, at most half a year, the whole of New Naga would collapse. At the very least, the later generations of Naga warriors of the mermaid race had completely compromised. More and more Naga leaders of the mermaid race went to the palace to pledge their loyalty to Queen Lan Chi. The Naga warriors of the mermaid race were originally weaker and weren't so aggressive. Faced with this situation, the Naga warriors of the sea snake race became angrier and angrier, but there was nothing they could do. Finally, as more and more of the Naga warriors of the sea snake race died, the old capital couldn't take it anymore. Because if this continued, perhaps in a few decades, there would be no need for Yang Dingtian to do anything. Queen Lan Chi could order hundreds of thousands of mermaid warriors of the Naga to move out and kill all of the sea snake race. Queen Lan Chi was Yang Dingtian's lover, so it wasn't impossible for her to give such an order. Finally, the peace faction gained the upper hand for the first time. They sent the first signal to Yang Dingtian for peace. Of course, they didn't know where Yang Dingtian was, but they could send the letter to Queen Lan Chi in the palace because she was Yang Dingtian's lover. Sure enough, the Naga warriors of the sea snake race received a response immediately. Queen Lan Chi's messenger sent a letter personally written by Yang Dingtian. They could negotiate, but the first condition was to send the human Wentian and the Naga High Xian over as bargaining chips. Within the old capital, there was a short but not intense argument. They were debating whether to send High Xian to Yang Dingtian. Many of the Naga warriors of the sea snake race felt that this was Queen Medusa's messenger after all, and doing so would offend Queen Medusa. However, those who objected felt that the Naga High Xian was just a tool and couldn't be considered a messenger. Queen Medusa wouldn't mind throwing her away after using her. Thus, the old capital unanimously decided to send Queen High Xian to Queen Lan Chi's palace and let Yang Dingtian kill her in exchange for peace. The next day, Queen High Xian was tied up and sent to Queen Lan Chi's palace as a gift and bargaining chip by the Naga warriors of the sea snake race. Her time of death had come. Chapter 1173. Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang were indeed in Queen Lan Chi's palace. Naga High Xian has been escorted over. Queen Lan Chi came over and said, "She's being held in the room you used to live in. You can do whatever you want." Yang Dingtian glared at her speechlessly. Why did she make it sound so ambiguous? Then, he walked towards his room alone. There was no one around. He pushed open the door and saw Queen High Xian kneeling inside. Of course, she didn't kneel down of her own accord. All her Xian veins were locked, and she was forced into this position by the Naga warriors in the palace. She was awake, but her mental state was very poor. She had already broken through to the saint level. Even if she didn't eat or sleep, she wouldn't look haggard. But now, she was indeed haggard. She had even lost a lot of weight. Her eyes were sunken and bloodshot. Her face was so pale that there was no trace of blood. She had been afraid every day for the past few months. She had nightmares every day. And this fear became reality more than half a month ago. Yang Dingtian really came and started a massacre. He had killed Boyi and all the elders. But he didn't kill her. Even though she didn't die, what followed was a hellish experience. Dozens of spiritual masters completely suppressed her soul. Then, they forcefully tore open her brain's defenses and searched every memory in her mind inch by inch. The horror of this torture was unimaginable. She was Queen Medusa's envoy, but she became a tool, a tragic and laughable tool. She was afraid every day that she would become a sacrifice and be sent to Yang Dingtian. Now, she had indeed become a bargaining chip, a sacrifice. She was cleaned up and sent to Yang Dingtian. When all of this happened, all of her fears disappeared. Because that shoe had finally dropped. She didn't need to be afraid anymore because she was dead. So, she heaved a sigh of relief. I'm really stupid, really. Queen Hai Xian smiled at Yang Dingtian. Every time, I would be blinded by greed and benefits. Whether it's betraying Poisa, siding with the Demon King, or becoming Medusa's tool, they will push the human countries to destruction. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. He walked over and sat down in front of her. Queen Hai Xian said self-deprecatingly, it's not that I don't have feelings. I love my sister very much. But because of power and benefits, I betrayed her and tried to kill her. I also liked you, I was infatuated with you, but I also betrayed you for the sake of benefits and power. Greed always triumphed over my emotions before the critical moment, leading me to the path of no return. Yang Dingtian, in your heart, which is more important, love or reason? Yang Dingtian said, that's not right. That's desire and greed, not reason. Oh, right, Queen Hai Xian said, I was blinded by greed. Of course, I'm not rational. Yang Dingtian said, in the end, in my heart, love is more important than reason. That's great. Only people like you will be happy and deserve to be happy, Queen Hai Xian said. Then, she sat on her legs and knelt down. As for Yang Dingtian, he had also sat on the ground beside her. The two of them didn't look like captives and victors. They were just ordinary conversationalists. Hai Xian said, during this period, I've been afraid of you. I've been imagining you. You even killed Boyi. You should have broken through to become a demigod. You must be very high up, like a god. At least in terms of power and aura, you must have surpassed the Demon King Wentian. I've been thinking, and thinking. Then, in my heart, you became bigger and more terrifying. But when I really saw you, I realized that you were no different from the first time I saw you. You're still you, just a little more mature. Yang Dingtian said, I'm very lucky. The heavens didn't destroy my heart and soul too much, so I'm still the same as a few years ago. Hai Xian said gently, for a person to go from the master level to the demigod level, his cultivation has broken through millions of times, but he still looks exactly the same. It's really amazing. Yang Dingtian said, because in my heart, these improvements in cultivation are nothing special. My greed for cultivation ended the moment I took back Cloud Sky City. Moreover, most of my cultivation reaching today's level has nothing to do with me. It was all given to me by the heavens, so it's even less amazing. Well said, Hai Xian's beautiful eyes were gentle and infatuated as she said, the current you is even more moving and fascinating. Yang Dingtian smiled embarrassedly. Hai Xian sighed and said, sigh, if only we had really slept a few years ago. Then, our children would already be able to walk. Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Hai Xian smiled and said, if I hadn't been enlightened, would have said that fate made a fool of me. In fact, this has nothing to do with fate at all. It's just my foolishness that made a fool of me. Yang Dingtian said, you're too stubborn about ambition and power. Yes. Hai Xian said, but you don't have the heart and strength to match it. For such a person to have power, it's just a huge tragedy. Then, the two of them fell silent. At this moment, Hai Xian had really been enlightened after experiencing all this. She also knew that she would definitely die today. Moreover, she didn't want to plead for mercy and wouldn't plead for mercy. Suddenly, Hai Xian said, Wentian has gone missing. You have to be careful of him. This person is the most charming man I've ever seen. He's really a huge contradiction. He's incomparably stubborn, but also incomparably carefree. For some very important things, such as power and authority, he doesn't care much about them, just like you. But for some things, he cares a lot about them. He keeps saying that the god of chaos controlled his fate and violated his dignity and freedom. So, he wants to get it back, even if he has to pay everything, even if he has to use all his methods. Yang Dingtian said, yes, he's very sensitive to dignity and freedom. Because, he's experienced a very special era. Hai Xian said, I believe that he won't give in so easily. You have to be careful of him. I will, Yang Dingtian said. Then, the two of them fell silent again. Alright, I should be on my way, Queen Hai Xian said. Yang Dingtian said, which method do you want to choose? Hai Xian smiled and said, can I still choose? Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Then, you can fuck me to death, Hai Xian suddenly said. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was stunned. Alright, I'm just kidding. Queen Hai Xian smiled and said, let's use the most direct method. Pierce my heart with a sword. You can do it yourself. Okay, Yang Dingtian said. Can you release my Xian Qi shackles? Hai Xian asked. Okay, Yang Dingtian said, and then released her Xian Qi shackles. Instantly, Hai Xian regained her ability to move. Then, she stood up, grabbed one of Yang Dingtian's hands, and pressed it on her right chest. Instantly, her breathing became rapid, and her delicate body was dyed red. Do it, pierce my heart, Queen Hai Xian said, I'll treat it as you using your sword to pierce my body. Yang Dingtian's facial muscles twitched slightly. This is a strange way to die, right? I hope you'll remember me, Hai Xian said as she panted. Come on. Hai Xian shouted. Puchi. Yang Dingtian suddenly pierced Hai Xian's heart with his sword like lightning. Ah! Hai Xian let out a short cry, and her delicate body trembled. Her pupils dilated instantly. It was as if she had reached the peak, and instantly entered death. Yang Dingtian pulled out the Emperor-grade soul sword. From the beginning to the end, it did not take more than 0.1 seconds. Hai Xian's delicate body was still intact. There were no visible wounds on her chest, and not a single drop of blood flowed out. This ambitious woman with a life as fragile as paper had officially passed away. When she died, because Yang Dingtian was by her side, she maintained her emotional state. She was still a complete woman, completely fixed. The following negotiations became simple. Yang Dingtian did not appear, and Queen Lan Qi was still the representative. The Naga descendants of the Sea Snake clan elected a new clan leader. This clan leader's cultivation was average, and she was inclined to spiritual cultivation, which was a compromise system. Moreover, all the leaders of the Naga descendants of the Mermaid and the Sea Snake descendants once again elected Queen Lan Qi as the king of New Naga. The Sea Snake descendants and the Mermaid descendants of the Naga descendants each sent 10,000 first-generation Naga warriors to form the Queen's Guard. They were directly under Queen Lan Qi's command in terms of spirit and energy. Moreover, New Naga all turned to the research of spiritual energy until there was a true breakthrough. They could use spiritual energy to leave this space without causing any harm to the chaotic world. From the negotiation to the signing of the contract, a total of 5 days passed. Finally, Yang Dingtian used his semi-god soul sword to accurately kill Bo Yiming and the others. Using the terrifying leverage effect, he regained peace in New Naga and stopped the invasion of the Naga descendants. When he and Naga Shuang entered New Naga, he was uneasy. But the result was better than he had imagined. After Queen Lan Qi regained power, she immediately removed the defensive state of the old capital. Then, she sent out a large number of Naga warriors to search for the human Wentian. In the end, they found nothing. It was as if Wentian had completely disappeared from this world. One had to know that New Naga was a confined space. Where could he go? He had the void-splitting fire, but in the confined space, he could not enter the dark world through the void-splitting fire. Where could he have gone? Chapter 1174. Now, at least in New Naga, the dust has settled. I should return the scripture pavilion to you, Yang Dingtian said. Queen Lan Chi shook her head and said, you should keep it. You are already a demigod now. The scripture pavilion is safer with you than with me. Yang Dingtian thought about it and didn't refuse. Then I will leave. Take care. Yang Dingtian bade farewell. Queen Lan Chi was stunned and said, so anxious. Yang Dingtian said, I have left the human countries for almost a month. Queen Lan Chi said, but Wentian hasn't been found. Yang Dingtian said, according to your estimation, where will he be? Queen Lan Chi said, I have already sent tens of thousands of Naga to search. As long as he is in the confined space, no matter where he is hiding, he will be found. If we can't find him, then it can only mean one thing. What? Yang Dingtian said. Queen Lan Chi said, he went to the depths of the endless sea, just like him, completely exiled and searching for the border of New Naga. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and shook his head. No, he definitely won't go there. Queen Lan Chi said, then you should stay here and go back after finding Wentian. Because only after finding Wentian can everything be proven to be over. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, no, only after uncovering the secret of the soul-leaving palace can it truly be over. Also, I need to go back and take a look. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly said, Lan Chi, are you sure that Boyi is dead? All the elders are dead. Is there no fish in the net? Queen Lan Chi said, although I wasn't there at that time, whether it was the Naga leader of the sea snakes or the Mer people leader, they were very sure that it was Boyi, and he is already dead. Our Naga's energy aura can't be imitated. It doesn't mean you can just look the same. It was good that Boyi was dead. Yang Dingtian asked again, then, are all the Naga who knew about the scroll of the greater space technique all dead? Queen Lan Chi said, I've already asked almost all of the Naga leaders of the high-level sea snake descendants. The only ones who know the specifics of the greater space spell are Boyi Ming and the elders. They're all dead. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes. Boyi was dead. All the elders were dead. In that case, the greater space technique had been completely blocked. There should be no problem at all. Although Wentian had received the greater spatial technique scroll before, he had given it to Boyi. He had never learned it before. Therefore, there shouldn't be any problems. But for some reason, Yang Dingtian still felt extremely uneasy. Let's go, Schwanger. Let's go back immediately, Yang Dingtian said. Queen Lan Chi stepped forward and instinctively reached out to hug Yang Dingtian. She even wanted to ask for his love. But when she saw Yang Dingtian's uneasy expression and that he was in a hurry to leave, she stopped herself. Lan Chi, I'll leave the matters of New Naga to you, Yang Dingtian said. I know. Take care, Queen Lan Chi said. Whoosh 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 whoosh, Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang turned into two streaks of light and flew towards the end of New Naga at their fastest speed. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, they definitely reached the edge of New Naga. Yang Dingtian used the greater space technique and opened a spatial door. He and Naga Shuang directly jumped through the spatial door. There was a mysterious and strange feeling of traveling and the surrounding scenery changed. Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang jumped out of New Naga and entered the third dark domain. At this time, it was daytime in the dark domain. Dense fog emitted a golden light and desperately devoured all energy. If it was before, Yang Dingtian would have to use the void-rending fire. But now, Yang Dingtian found that the devouring fog didn't have much of a threat to him. There was no need to use the void-rending fire. Immediately, Yang Dingtian rushed out of the fog of the third dark domain with his fastest speed. In the process of traveling, he didn't find any trace of Wentian in the third dark domain. After releasing the void-rending fire and passing through the abyss, Yang Dingtian and Lan Qi entered the second dark domain. In the entire second dark domain, there was still no trace of Wentian. After a short search, Yang Dingtian passed through the abyss and entered the first dark domain. There was still no trace of Wentian. After passing through the first abyss, Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang left the first dark domain and entered the end of the human kingdom. Husband, your heart is beating very fast. You are extremely uneasy. Naga Shuang said. I know. Yang Dingtian panted. Are you afraid that Wentian has already led the Naga army of the next generation into the human kingdom? Shuang asked. Although I feel that this is completely impossible, I am still filled with endless worry. Yang Dingtian said. Naga Shuang said, according to the known information, this is completely impossible. You must be worried and confused. I hope so. Yang Dingtian said, but Wentian has disappeared. In the entire New Naga, there is no trace of Wentian. Naga Shuang said, this is possible because there are many forbidden areas in New Naga. For example, the seclusion grounds of some grandmasters cannot be found. Yang Dingtian said, no matter what. After entering the human kingdom, the truth will be revealed. That's right, if Wentian really led the Naga army of the next generation into the human kingdom, then a period of time had already passed. With the destructive power of the Naga army, the entire human kingdom would be in a mess. Whoosh 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 whoosh, Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang's speed was extremely fast. They directly charged through the layers of ice in the north and directly charged into the world of ice and snow. Fortunately, it was still an endless expanse of ice and snow. There was no destruction, nor were there any traces of an army passing through. Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang used their fastest speed to fly through tens of thousands of miles of ice and snow. They flew past the northern sea region and entered the northern central region. In the entire northern central region, the houses were still the same, and the army was still coming and going. The people on the ground were extremely chaotic because the entire human kingdom was following the order of war. Everyone lived in groups and was under the control of the army. Everyone was retreating back to the Empire of Darkness in batches. Although the bustling crowd in the northern central region was filled with fear and uneasiness, at least it meant that everything was fine. It meant that the Naga army did not invade. Yang Dingtian heaved a long sigh of relief. He almost fainted from joy. As expected, worry would cause chaos. The human kingdom was fine. This couldn't be blamed on Yang Dingtian. After all, Wentian had left a deep impression on him. He knew that this person would definitely not give up easily and would not lose easily. But now, Boyi was dead, all the elders were dead, and the greater space technique had been completely destroyed. Even if Wentian had heaven-defying abilities, he would not be able to overturn the heavens. Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang relaxed and flew in the direction of the Empire of Darkness. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang arrived in the sky above the northwest continent. Below them was the chaotic lands that had been ravaged by war. To the north was the Devil Domain, and to the west was Cloud Heaven City. During the Great Era War, the chaotic lands had suffered the most damage. All the vegetation, cities, and villages on the continent had been destroyed, turning into flat land. Moreover, there was a considerable amount of pollution. However, the power of humans was limitless. Now, there were countless villages and castles in the chaotic lands. There were even many fields that had been reclaimed. After the Great Era War ended and the Demon King was destroyed, the human kingdom impatiently began to rebuild. The areas that were not polluted became the center of reconstruction. In just half a year, countless villages and towns were built. However, because of the news of Naga's invasion, this place was abandoned. The human kingdom once again retreated into the Empire of Darkness. The chaotic lands were really full of disasters. Now that the danger of new Naga had been quelled, the chaotic lands would not be attacked again. Yang Dingtian flew to the entrance of the Empire of Darkness and was about to take out the Eye of Naga to melt the darkness and enter the Empire of Darkness. However, Naga Shuang suddenly said, "Husband, wait a moment." Yang Dingtian asked, "What's wrong?" Naga Shuang said, "Husband, don't you think it's especially quiet?" Yes, it was very quiet. It was abnormally quiet. Usually, the Empire of Darkness was bustling with activity. Countless darkness dragons and darkness dragons came and went to transport fresh water. Moreover, countless humans retreated into the Empire of Darkness all day long. Now, it was silent. This was not normal. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the twin suns in the sky. In just a moment, the twin suns were completely covered, and the earth suddenly darkened. This was not a total solar eclipse. The twin suns still left 2 rings. Suddenly, the entire sky and earth turned blood red. Then, the most terrifying scene had occurred. All the hair on Yang Dingtian's body stood up. Kacha, 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 Yang Dingtian could see the ground. From Cloud Sky City to the chaotic lands and the demon realm. The ground that spanned tens of thousands of miles suddenly cracked open. The entire world, the entire continent, completely cracked open. Roar, 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 countless Naga of the later generations. Each of them was the prototype of the sea snake descendant of the later generations of Naga. Their bodies were tens of thousands of meters long. From the cracked ground, they rushed into the sky. The entire northwest continent, the chaotic lands, and the demon realm completely collapsed. The army of the later generations of Naga that blotted out the sky and the sun rushed out. And at the same time, the entrance of the Empire of Darkness also collapsed, and an incomparably huge hole appeared. The huge hole that was hundreds of miles in diameter kept spinning and spinning. The Empire of Darkness was activated. "Little brother, you're finally here." It was Wentian's voice, the voice of Bei University's Wentian. The end of the world had completely arrived. Chapter 1175. At this time, Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang were surrounded by the future Naga army. Like a small boat in a stormy sea, it could be easily smashed into pieces. His uneasy intuition had been confirmed. The most terrifying thing had happened. Yang Dingtian's mind fell into a temporary daze. After a long while, he came back to his senses. Could the current situation be reversed? No, it couldn't be reversed at all. If it was the previous Naga Shuang, she could kill 1 or 2 future Naga who were close to demigod. And Yang Dingtian's demigod soul sword could kill 2 or 3 future Naga who were close to demigod. However, how many future generations of Nagas were there in front of them? Yang Dingtian had single-handedly charged into the new Naga Empire, killed Boi, killed over 50 elders, and destroyed half of the old capital. Afterward, he even forced the new Naga Empire to sign a compromise treaty. It looked extremely awe-inspiring. However, in New Naga, Yang Dingtian had been sneak attacking, hiding, and turning invisible from beginning to end. When the battle really started, even if there were only a dozen or 20 Naga who were close to demigod, he would be in danger of being destroyed. And most importantly, he was in New Naga before, and now he was in the human kingdom. Previously, Yang Dingtian was invisible. Now, Yang Dingtian was in the enemy's tight encirclement. It was impossible to escape. It was really impossible to escape. No matter what method he used, he couldn't escape. Demon Spirit Mist Cloak Flash Technique. At most, he could flash 100 miles away. At this time, the encirclement of the future Naga army was more than a few thousand miles. Invisibility Technique. It was useless. There were layers of demigod encirclement. Even if he was invisible, he couldn't break through. Use the void-splitting fire to create a dark door and jump into the dark world. No, it was too late. It was too late. There was no way to escape this tight encirclement. There was no chance of a comeback. Little brother, you have two choices now. Wentian's voice rang out once more. First, use your fastest speed to escape. Then, ignoring the destruction of the human kingdoms, and hiding with the Naga Shuang, they will continue to hunt us down. One day, the Naga army will be wiped out. He was right. As long as Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang were able to escape, they would be able to escape. Although the human kingdoms would almost be wiped out, Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang would still be able to win. After hundreds or thousands of years of hunting, the future generations of Naga in the human kingdoms would be wiped out. However, he was already surrounded and could not escape. Wentian said, "There's still one more choice." "What choice?" Yang Dingtian asked. Wentian said, "Come in, let's talk." At this time, a deep voice rang out. It was the voice of the future generations of Naga. "Human Wentian, we don't have time to chat with you. Our army is about to enter this energy formation. As you command." Wentian said, "Mighty Marosha Supreme King." Marosha? He was the first chief of the Naga descendants. After 8,000 years as chief, he went into seclusion and passed the position of chief to Buikao. Who would have thought that he would be here? Wentian continued, "But please believe me when I say that this Mr. Yang Dingtian is very valuable." Marosha Supreme King said coldly, "A mere human is worthless. In any case, he will die." Wentian said, "But the hope of the new Naga breaking through to the demigod realm lies in his hands, doesn't it? Besides, only he knows how to get to the ruins of the old Naga Empire." Marosha said, "Then I will give you 2 hours. After 2 hours, kill all the humans inside. I want to rebuild the Naga Empire." "As you command, mighty Supreme King," Wentian said. Marosha said, "No, you don't need to call me mighty Supreme King. In the future, you will also ascend to the throne. After all, you have supreme control over this empire of darkness." Wentian said, "And my control is completely for the sake of the new Naga." Marosha said, "Mighty Wentian, if you are willing, I can bestow upon you a Naga body." Wentian said, "That would be a supreme honor." Marosha said, "All right, despicable human Yang Dingtian, go in. Remember, you only have 2 hours. However, your Naga companion, stay behind." Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang exchanged glances. Then, Yang Dingtian slowly flew in through the huge entrance. After flying into the Empire of Darkness, Yang Dingtian discovered that tens of millions of people in the Empire of Darkness were all imprisoned in the various dark castles. In the huge Empire of Darkness, the previously incomparably busy transport caravans and countless patrolling troops were all gone. Including the Council of Light, Little Western Paradise, all the troops, tens of millions of humans, and Yang Dingtian's wife and children, they were all imprisoned. Once Wentian entered the Empire of Darkness, his soul would immediately take over the supreme authority of the Throne of Darkness. Therefore, he could control everything in the Empire of Darkness. He alone had imprisoned tens of millions of people, controlling their lives and deaths in the palm of his hand. Yang Dingtian kept flying towards the Skirich imperial capital Celestial Great Hall. In such a vast and empty space, the Skirich imperial capital seemed especially huge. Reaching up to the heavens and down to the earth, it was unknown how many thousands of miles high it was. Yang Dingtian flew lightly into the Celestial Great Hall. The entire Great Hall was empty. On the 99th step, the human Wentian sat on a throne of darkness. However, the throne of darkness seemed to have shrunk countless times, so it was just right for Wentian, who was 1.7 meters tall, to sit on it. Oh, he wasn't the only one. In Wentian's embrace, there was a child in his arms. It was a beautiful little girl who was about 1 year old and had an extremely adorable appearance. She was wearing an exquisite and beautiful little dress, and her 2 big black eyes were bright and watery, like 2 gems. Upon seeing young Ding Tian, the baby opened her arms like a little bird and giggled. Papa, she wasn't calling out for fear, but for daddy. This was Ning Ro, and Yang Dingtian's daughter. Yang Dingtian had only carried her about 3 or 4 times, and the most recent time was when she was only a few months old. Therefore, he couldn't recognize her at all. On the contrary, the baby could still call out for daddy when she saw Yang Dingtian. Of course, this was probably taught by Ning Ro, who pointed to Yang Dingtian's portrait every day. The entire celestial great hall was silent and desolate, and it was incomparably empty. Only the baby's delicate laughter and babbling voice could be heard. It was like the sound of nature that came from the horizon. At this moment, Wentian was holding a piece of candy in his hand and teasing her. The baby opened her little mouth to bite, but after a few bites, she grabbed Wentian's hand with her chubby little hand and bit down on his finger along with the candy. Ouch! Wentian sucked in a breath of pain. The little girl only had 5 or 6 baby teeth in total, but she bit down very hard. She's still young, so she can't eat candy, Yang Dingtian said. Wentian said, don't worry, it's very, very soft. It's made from milk. Then, he pulled his finger out of the baby's mouth. The candy was gone, and only a few teeth marks were left. Wentian took out a clean silk handkerchief and wiped the saliva on his finger. Then, he gently wiped the saliva from the corner of the baby's mouth and gently rubbed the back of her soft neck. Yang Dingtian, you've lost, Wentian said. Yang Dingtian, yes, I've lost. Wentian was stunned. You don't care that you've lost? Yang Dingtian, I don't care that much about winning or losing. Wentian said, you still don't have a way to turn defeat into victory. No matter what method you use, you can use it. Yang Dingtian, I don't. At this time, no matter what I do, I can't turn the situation around. I've lost, and you've won. Wentian said, that proves that I'm still stronger than you, right? Yang Dingtian, you've always been stronger than me, whether it's IQ or willpower. Then, the 2 of them fell silent. Wentian said, aren't you going to ask me how I got here from New Naga? Yang Dingtian, how did you get here? Wentian said, before the court assembly, I went to Hai Xian's room. Yang Dingtian, I know, I saw you. At that time, I was invisible in her room. Did you discover me? Wentian shook his head and said, no, I didn't discover you. I'm not an undead. However, I found that the volume of her room was 0.98 cubic meters less. Yang Dingtian was astonished and said, that room of hers is at least a few hundred cubic meters. How did you know it was missing such a small volume? Wentian said, in fact, when Queen Lan Chi used a trick to stall for time, I guessed that you would come to New Naga. So, I calculated the volume of all the rooms in Hai Xian's pyramid and all the rooms in my pyramid and memorized them. Then, every time I went to a different room, I would use my aura to measure the space there. Yang Dingtian sighed in his heart and said, amazing. Then why didn't you expose me and let the hundreds of Naga warriors outside capture me? Wentian said, there are 2 reasons. First, I don't want you to die. Second, I'm very curious what kind of trump card you have. Yang Dingtian, and then? Wentian said, you came to New Naga and didn't kill Hai Xian or me. Obviously, you killed Bo Yiming and everyone who knows the greater space technique. I couldn't imagine that you could do this. I racked my brain but couldn't think of any way to kill Bo Yiming and the 50 elders. So, I wanted to see what you would do. However, I couldn't let Bo Yiming die like this, so I went to persuade him that there might be danger. Yang Dingtian might come to New Naga to kill him and told him to prepare. Prepare for what? Yang Dingtian asked. Wentian said, you didn't have any deep contact with Bo Yiming, so you told him not to appear in public to avoid being killed by you. As for the court meeting a few days later, you could have sent a substitute to bring the fake greater space technique scroll. However, Bo Yiming refused and even scolded me. In his eyes, I was an ant and you were an ant. He didn't put humans in his eyes at all. He still brought the real greater space technique scroll to the court meeting. Yang Dingtian, with no other choice, you risked your life in the forbidden area and found and awakened the previous patriarch of the sea serpent descendants, Marosha? Yes. Wentian said, he also looked down on humans. This is innate. Even though he didn't care about my opinion, he was still an outstanding leader. He made preparations to prevent any mishaps. Before the court meeting, he personally went to the Hall of Elders to read the Greater Space Technique Scroll. Furthermore, he had a spirit attribute elder who was in seclusion in the Forbidden Zone make a copy of it and cultivated it himself. Yang Dingtian, and then Wentian, if the court meeting was peaceful, then Bo Yiming would have stayed in seclusion. Thus, Mara Shah went back into seclusion and pretended as if nothing had happened. But if something really happened? Of course, something really did happen, and it actually happened during the court meeting. I really can't imagine it. You saw it? Yang Dingtian asked. Wentian, I saw it from afar. Bo Yiming and the 50 or so elders were all killed. The entire Golden Palace was completely destroyed. Half of the old capital was razed to the ground. It's really unimaginable. Yang Dingtian, you're really amazing. Yang Dingtian, then, why didn't Lord Marosha show up and turn the tide? Wentian said, when you completely disappear, who will be able to find you? Also, the demigod attack you released really scared everyone, including me and Grand King Marosha. Therefore, I felt that it was more appropriate to attack your base in the human countries and set up an inescapable net to capture you. Yang Dingtian replied, you are always so wise and farsighted. Wentian shook his head and smiled. Then, the two of them continued to be silent. Wentian lowered his head and stroked the baby. Your daughter is very cute. Wentian, of course, your other children are also very outstanding. However, most of them have grown up and become more sensible. They're full of hostility towards me. Only this baby is still young and doesn't know that I'm a bad person, so she's willing to be hugged by me. Yang Dingtian smiled, what are you going to do next? Wentian, what do you think Naga will do after obtaining the human countries? Yang Dingtian, first, they'll find the ruins of the old Naga Empire, but they'll find that it's already on the verge of destruction. Therefore, they'll rebuild a huge energy formation of the Naga Empire and devour the entire human countries, the Little Western Paradise, the torn space, and the remaining Xian energy in the Dark Realm. Wentian said, yes, they are very anxious because they have also discovered that the energy is continuously dissipating. They can't wait to rebuild the energy formation of the Naga Empire so that they can devour every bit of energy. And the Empire of Darkness itself is an incomparably powerful energy formation. Therefore, they'll rebuild the pyramid system of the Naga Empire on the basis of the Empire of Darkness. Yang Dingtian, will they turn the entire human countries into crystals? Destroy all the soil, rocks, forests, and rivers? Wentian, not all of them, but about 10,000 miles. This has to be done through complicated and meticulous calculations. Yang Dingtian, if that's the case, it can only accelerate the destruction of the primal chaos world and the arrival of the great nirvana extinction. Wentian nodded, that's right, isn't that my goal? When the great nirvana extinction arrives, the primal chaos world will be completely destroyed and the god of chaos will die. Perish together, or perish together. Wentian's tone was very calm, but his will was incomparably firm. Yang Dingtian knew that it was impossible to convince this man in front of him. Then, Wentian looked at Yang Dingtian, little brother, you and I are originally Earthlings, our only kin in this world. We should rely on each other. But, you've become too strong. You've already fused with the Naga Shuang and even displayed the attack power of a demigod. Oh, right, how did you do it? Your cultivation base is far from that of a demigod. Yang Dingtian, my soul sword has broken through to the demigod realm. Wentian was stunned, even your ancestor, Shuwu Piaoyan, couldn't do this, but you actually did it. You are really amazing. Yang Dingtian, no matter how amazing I am, I still lost to you. Wentian shook his head, my victory is not worth mentioning. Then, the two of them fell silent again. After a few minutes, Wentian said, little brother, if you weren't so strong, if you didn't fuse with the Naga Duga Shuang, if you didn't have the body of a demigod, you would have survived. Instead, you will be able to survive. You will be able to accompany your family until you are 100 years old and live a happy life. But you were too strong, so you had no choice but to die. Yang Dingtian laughed, I thought you were here to recruit me. No, Wentian said, I called you in to bid you a final farewell. You are too strong, I don't feel at ease with you, and Mara Dugu also doesn't feel at ease with you. You will die. Yang Dingtian nodded. Wentian said, you also know that the Naga tribe has a special poison that is specially used to kill a demigod Naga. After consuming it, even a demigod's body will turn into a fossil. We temporarily call it the fossil fluid. Yang Dingtian, I know. Wentian said, Mara Duga Shuang gathered the strength of the entire tribe and created two of them. Of course, you also have one. I have one. Yang Dingtian asked in surprise. When I was on the throne of darkness, I checked all the records of the Temple of Annihilation. In one of the Devil City's merchant hall's grand finale auctions, you bought a green liquid. This is the fossil fluid that turned demigod Naga into a fossil. Wentian said. Immediately, Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. For many years, he didn't know what the grand finale treasure was. He didn't expect it to be the Naga Empire's fossil fluid. Wentian said, Yang Dingtian, I'm sorry. You are too strong, if I let you live, you will definitely stop my plan. Therefore, you have to die. If you weren't so strong, if you didn't have the body of a demigod, we could still rely on each other. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, then, what do you plan to do next? Wentian said, after you die, I will protect your family and friends. Of course, I will use the Empire of Darkness as a condition to let the majority of humans live and not be slaughtered. South of the Sunset Mountain Range, all areas will be turned into human settlements. The north will be turned into the crystal land of the Naga Empire. After that, all the future Naga will enter the Empire of Darkness and mind their own business with you humans. Yang Dingtian was stunned, Mara Duga Shuang agreed. He has no other choice. Wentian said, after all, my soul is bound to the Empire of Darkness, I have the highest authority. Then, Wentian said, my dream is to protect the human civilization, my will is to perish together with the God of Chaos. After you die, to a large extent, I will help you fulfill your dream. Under my protection, your family will live peacefully for the rest of their lives. The human civilization you want to protect will probably last for a few hundred years. Or maybe 1,000 years. Then, when the next great nirvana comes, everyone will perish together. I think that by doing this, I will be considered as being extremely benevolent, right? Yang Dingtian nodded, yes. Wentian said, I won't use your family to threaten you, and I also don't want to use force against you. Like you and the Naga Duga Shuang, I will be able to kill myself with dignity and consume the petrifying liquid to completely solidify. Thank you for your pity. Yang Dingtian's face twitched. Wentian said, then, can you take out the petrifying liquid? Yang Dingtian took out a box from his spatial ring. Inside was a pulsating liquid. This was the petrifying liquid, it could completely solidify a demigod's body into stone. Wentian sniffed lightly and said, "Yes, this is the petrifying liquid. After you solidify into stone, I will place your stone statue beside your wife and children. This should be a kind of companionship." Yang Dingtian said. After that, Wentian fell into silence again. Then he said, "What is your name on earth?" "Yang Dingtian, I am called Yang Dingtian." Wentian said, "Why do you have such a strange name?" "Yang Dingtian, I am a tragic character in Jin Yong's novel Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber." Wentian's face twitched. "I don't like tragedies. I have never heard of this author." "Yang Dingtian, when you transmigrated here, his novel probably wasn't popular on our continent yet." Wentian said, "My name on earth was Li Lian. Of course, I changed my name once. Earlier on, I was called Li Zhonghua. You also know that our names back then were all like this. After that, we all changed our names. At that time, I was reading Red and Black. The male lead was called Yu Lian, so I simply changed my name to Li Lian." "You, what's with your expression?" Before Wentian finished speaking, he saw Yang Dingtian's expression. It was as if he had seen a ghost. He immediately said, "What's so strange about being called Li Lian? Why do you have such an expression?" Yang Dingtian really seemed as if he was struck by lightning. He muttered to himself, Your daughter, is her name Li Bijuan? Your wife, is her name Su Xiuying?" This time, it was Wentian's turn to be struck by lightning. He looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. You know them?" Yang Dingtian said in a hoarse voice, Your daughter Li Bijuan is my English teacher. She is also my wife." Wentian was really stunned, completely stunned. Then, he said, Fuck. Please vote. Chapter 1176. Fuck. After a while, Wentian cursed again, "Bullshit god of chaos, you fucking want to play me to death." Immediately after, Wentian looked at Yang Dingtian with eyes that were filled with criticism and unfriendliness. Basically, every father-in-law would look at their son-in-law with such a gaze. "Yang Dingtian, you're really something. You even dare to flirt with your teacher." Wentian gritted his teeth and said, "Our China has thousands of years of respect for teachers. Where did you learn that? You're cheating your teacher and destroying your ancestors." Yang Dingtian was speechless. Was it really so serious? Please, this wasn't like the Return of the Condor heroes in ancient times, where Yang Guo slept with Xiao Longnu and was condemned by everyone. In modern Earth, there were many cases where students chased after teachers and teachers married students. Taking a deep breath, Wentian said, Then did you do anything to my daughter?" "It's just that, did you fucking do it with her?" Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Yes, I did." "Fuck, I'll chop you up, you scum." Wentian said angrily, "You dare to sleep with her without marriage? You're obviously playing with my daughter. You're a hooligan, I'll destroy you." Yang Dingtian said, "I'm serious with her. We're planning to get married." "Get married my ass." Wentian said angrily, "She's a few years older than you. How can she get married? You're a hooligan, you're bullying a woman." Yang Dingtian was speechless. "Please, although she's my teacher, I was too young. When I was young, I went to school a year late because of my health. After that, I had to study for another year for the college entrance exam. I only went to university when I was 20 years old. Bijuan skipped a grade when she was young. So, even if she became my English teacher after graduating, she's only 4 or 5 years older than me." Wentian roared, 3 or 4 years old? 4 or 5 years old? How old are you exactly? Yang Dingtian said, She was born in 8 years old and I was born in 86. But she was younger and I was older, so we should be 4 years old. When we were together, I was 20 years old and she was 24. Wentian was still glaring at Yang Dingtian with rage in his eyes. In his heart, it was as though there were 1,000 grass mud horses galloping past. Young Ding Tian, who had previously been full of admiration, was now an eyesore no matter how he looked at him. "You, how did you transmigrate here?" Wen Tian asked. "This, that." Young Ding Tian said, "At that time, I had a 9-yang body and the yang fire in my body was vigorous. I couldn't touch women. But on my birthday, I couldn't help but get intimate with Bijuan. Then, my whole body burned, and I transmigrated here." "Bastard." Wendian continued, "What about Bijuan? Is she alright? Is she still alive?" Young Ding Tian, "When my body spontaneously combusted, I pushed her away. The last time I saw her, she was screaming as she ran into the bathroom to get water to put out the fire. Her hands must have been burned." Wendian stared at Yang Ding Tian for a long while before saying, Then did you enter at that time?" Yang Ding Tian was stunned. Why did he ask such a question? "About that, I entered. That's why I started burning. The fire came out from my stomach." Yang Ding Tian said. Bastard, even after transmigrating you still want to harm others." Wendian raged, You spoiled my daughter's innocence. How do you want her to marry in the future?" Yang Ding Tian was speechless. "Father-in-law, even in the 70s and 80s of your era, the relationship between men and women wasn't absolutely pure. In the 21st century, it wasn't that there were no virgin brides, but they were as rare as pandas." After that, Wendian continued glaring at Yang Ding Tian. He wanted to say something but hesitated. It was as though he wanted to ask something but didn't know how to. "This, when you transmigrated, Bijuan's mother. Did she remarry?" Wendian hesitated for a long time before finally asking. Fuck, this father-in-law of his was still a male chauvinist. Yang Ding Tian was stunned. He shook his head and said, I don't think so. At the start, you only disappeared. She thought you would return. After many years, she was sure that you wouldn't return. Bijuan had already gone to school and the mother and daughter depended on each other for survival. She seemed to dislike having a third person in the family. After a long time, mother-in-law didn't have such thoughts anymore. Don't call her mother-in-law. Wendian raged, we can't afford it. Also, Yang Ding Tian, aren't you having too many mothers-in-law? Yang Ding Tian, your character is really bad. You already have Bijuan and yet you have so many other women. Tell me, how many women do you have? Yang Ding Tian was speechless. However, he wasn't stupid enough to argue with Wendian. After a long time, Wendian asked, Oh right, do you have a picture of Bijuan? After asking, he laughed self-mockingly, I'm really stupid. Of course I don't. Yang Ding Tian, I don't have a picture but I have a portrait. After that, he took out an energy scroll from the depths of his interspatial ring. There was a very clear portrait on it and he gently tossed it over to Wendian. Wendian caught it and looked at it. He was instantly stunned. Of course, it wasn't Li Bijuan's beauty that shocked him. Although Li Bijuan was very beautiful, he and Yang Ding Tian were after all the top figures in this world. They had come into contact with countless beauties. Li Bijuan's beauty was probably only slightly prettier than Mu Lianyi. She couldn't be compared to Yan Yan and Ning Ro. He was shocked because this portrait was very, very realistic. It wasn't inferior to a photo and it was even colored. You still have such a method? This is already clearer and more realistic than a sketch. Wendian said. Yang Ding Tian, when the fox demon priest and I were writing the soul sword scroll in the meditation realm, we were painfully thinking every day to come up with a framework. When I needed to empty my mind and change my thinking, I would start to draw. At that time, I was thinking of drawing Bijuan's appearance so that I could see it all the time. Later, I realized that even though my sketches were getting better and better, they were still not realistic enough. Thus, I used the martial arts civilization code to write a scroll of Li Bijuan. The principle was very simple. It was to arrange the pixels. The fox demon priest could read my memories and see Bijuan's appearance in my mind. Then, I used the pixels to arrange them bit by bit. There were a total of more than 10 million pixels. I'm a liberal arts scholar. I don't understand all of this. Wentian suppressed Yang Dingtian's bragging. What pixel arrangement, what martial arts civilization code, what god realm, using the energy scroll to make a picture of Bijuan. You're playing so high and mighty when picking up girls, making me, your father-in-law, look outdated and ignorant. How can I live with my face? One had to say that father-in-law and son-in-law were natural enemies. If it was in the past, Wentian would definitely be amazed at Yang Dingtian's genius thinking. But now, while he was secretly admiring him, he was also filled with unwillingness to be compared to his son-in-law. But no matter what, when his biological daughter, his only family member, appeared in such a realistic appearance on this energy scroll, Wentian still felt touched. He reached out to touch every inch of the image. His child wasn't born yet, but he had transmigrated. He didn't even know if it was a son or a daughter in his wife's stomach. Of course, he preferred a daughter. He was once a soldier and believer of Mao Zedong. Naturally, he wouldn't have any thoughts of favoring boys over girls. When he was on Earth, he had fantasized about how his child would look like. Most of the time, it was a daughter. After coming to the primal chaos world, he had been fantasizing about how his child would look like almost every day. Now, he finally had the clearest image. His daughter was very beautiful. In between her eyebrows, he could faintly see his own shadow. His daughter was very intelligent. With a single glance, he could tell that she was full of spirit. His daughter was unrestrained and carefree. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen his student to be her man. Even though he was very picky, Wentian had to admit that Yang Dingtian was a guy who could easily win the hearts of girls. Looking at his daughter, the emptiest part of Wentian's heart seemed to have been filled up in an instant. It was as though his entire mind and thoughts had become enriched. His heart was brimming with incomparable happiness. Yang Dingtian, how old do you think Bijuan is on Earth now? Wentian suddenly asked. Yang Dingtian, father-in-law, the time in the primal chaos world and Earth should be different. You transmigrated here in 1981 and I transmigrated here in 2005. There is only a gap of 25 years in between. But in the primal chaos world, there is a gap of more than 200 years. So, 10 years in the primal chaos world is equivalent to a little more than a year on Earth. Wentian trembled. His face was flushed red with boundless hope. In other words, if he went back now or after a few decades, his wife and daughter would still be around. Yang Dingtian, do you want to go back? Back to Earth? Wentian asked. Yang Dingtian was silent for a long time. Then, he shook his head and said, no. I will beat you to death, you heartless person. Where do you put my daughter? Wentian raged. Yang Dingtian, father-in-law, your wife and daughter are on Earth. So, your home is on Earth. But on Earth, I have parents and a girlfriend. I miss them very much. But in the primal chaos world, many of my children and my wife are here. I have even more responsibility to protect them. In this world, my mission and responsibility might be even greater. Wentian instantly fell silent. Previously, Wentian was filled with the determination to perish together with the primal chaos god. Because, the primal chaos god destroyed his destiny and trampled on his dignity. But now, he knew that on Earth, his wife and daughter were still around. Instantly, this impulse to perish together with the primal chaos god faded away. There was only one thought in his heart. That was to return to Earth and live together with his wife and daughter. Even if it was only for a few years or even less. Yang Dingtian, do you think I can still return to Earth? Wentian suddenly asked. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, the primal chaos world and Earth are in completely different planes. They might not even be in the same universe. Wentian said, although I don't know much about these scientific things, I also know that the primal chaos world and Earth shouldn't be the relationship between two planets in space. So, there is no direct physical distance, not a distance of a few light years. Yang Dingtian said, but since the primal chaos god can bring us here from Earth, then theoretically, it should be possible. As long as we can find the primal chaos god, we can return. Wentian said, you have a deep understanding of the greater space technique and the god realm. According to your strength, given a few decades, can you find a way to return to Earth? Yang Dingtian said, it's very difficult. Moreover, we must find the primal chaos god. At the very least, we must know the coordinates of Earth. Otherwise, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Primal chaos god, primal chaos god. Wentian kept sighing. Then, he said, I see the primal chaos god as an enemy. So, the goal of the evil ways has always been to eliminate the primal chaos god. Of course, that demon king has been sitting on the throne of darkness for too long. So, not only does he want to eliminate the primal chaos god, he also wants to replace him. But no matter what, we evil ways treat the primal chaos god as an enemy. And you, Yang Dingtian, are the representative of the primal chaos god, the child of destiny. When he said this, Wentian's tone was filled with sarcasm. Wentian continued, to put it more harshly, you are the slave of the primal chaos god, his chess piece and fighter. You have always been his supporter and believer. Yang Dingtian didn't deny his words. Wentian said, so, our standpoints are different. The conflict between us is irreconcilable. Even though we are father-in-law and son-in-law. So, even though you slept with my daughter, I still won't change my mind. You still have to die. Yang Dingtian smiled. Then, has your final goal changed? Do you still want to perish together with the primal chaos god, or do you want to return to Earth? Wentian said, I want to return to Earth and reunite with my wife and daughter. However, Mao Zedong said that if we seek unity through struggle, we will survive as a team. If we seek unity through compromise, we will perish as a team. So, I will still hold the will to perish together and force the primal chaos god to compromise. In fact, the best situation is that the great nirvana calamity comes and the primal chaos god and the primal chaos god are completely destroyed. As for me, I will return to where I came from. Yang Dingtian stared at Wentian and shook his head. That's impossible, father-in-law. When the great calamity arrives, although the primal chaos god might be destroyed, you will also be reduced to ashes. It's impossible for you to return to Earth. This is a very serious scientific theory, not a fantasy in your head. If you want to return to Earth, there is only one way, and that is to defeat the primal chaos god. Defeat the primal chaos god? Is that possible? Wentian sneered. In terms of science, I'm far inferior to you. However, this is the plane that belongs to the primal chaos god. If you want to defeat him, it's completely a fool's dream. Yang Dingtian said, Father-in-law, you have fallen into another narrow-minded trap. You have thought of the primal chaos god as a powerful martial artist. This is a mistake in itself. You have used human thinking to conceive of a god. This is a mistake in itself. Wentian said, then you have some understanding of the primal chaos god? Of course. Yang Dingtian said. Wentian said, so what? You are his follower, his slave. Yang Dingtian shook his head and sneered. No, father-in-law. In terms of the primal chaos god, there is no difference between my position and yours. It's just that the way we fight is completely different. You are a direct enemy, and you only want to perish together. As for me, I want to protect my family, protect the human countries, and protect this civilization as the foundation. After that, I will continue to understand the primal chaos god and finally defeat him." When these words came out, Wentian trembled violently. He had always thought that Yang Dingtian was a believer of the primal chaos god. However, he didn't expect that Yang Dingtian was also filled with enmity towards the primal chaos god and also saw him as an enemy. That's right, Yang Dingtian had always seen the primal chaos god as an enemy. Although he was the spokesperson of the primal chaos god, his current status and strength were all bestowed by the primal chaos god. However, no one wanted their fate to be manipulated, and no one was willing to be a chess piece. It was just that Yang Dingtian was more realistic. He had to save the human countries first before he had the right to talk about his position towards the primal chaos god. Therefore, previously, the Devil Queen and Princess Mu Dan had both come to persuade Yang Dingtian that fighting against the primal chaos god was the highest justice. Yang Dingtian had always agreed with this point of view, but everything had to wait until after he saved the human countries. For the so-called highest justice, sacrificing countless lives and sacrificing the entire human countries, this justice was ridiculous. However, if Yang Dingtian completely saved the human countries, then there was a need to face his position towards the primal chaos god. Following that, Yang Dingtian's expression became incomparably arrogant, and he said word by word, "Father-in-law, in terms of EQ, IQ, scheming, and willpower, I am far inferior to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat in front of you and faced a situation where I was about to die. However, in terms of the macroscopic understanding of this world, in terms of the highest comprehension of the primal chaos god, in terms of the essence of this world, and in terms of energy and matter, I am far superior to you. My heart is higher than yours, broader than yours, and I can see further than you." Yang Dingtian said, "There is no need to doubt this point." Yang Dingtian took a few steps forward and continued, "Therefore, father-in-law. What I see, you can't see. What I understand, you can't understand. In some aspects, our realms are completely different." Wentian didn't get angry. Instead, he continued to gently rock the sleeping baby in his arms and said, "Continue." Yang Dingtian said, "Therefore, in the battle between you and me, you have won and I have lost. However, in terms of eliminating the primal chaos god, you are inferior to me. Therefore, leave this matter to me. You just need to rest." Wentian stared at Yang Dingtian and said, "You mean that I will surrender to you and obey your orders? Next, you will lead the entire world to fight against the primal chaos god?" "No, I will fight against the primal chaos god, not the entire world." Yang Dingtian said, "It wasn't easy for me to save the entire world, so I won't use it as cannon fodder. Moreover, I don't need the entire world to fight against the primal chaos god." Wentian said, "You mean that as long as I listen to you and obey your orders, I will be able to return to Earth in the end?" "Yes." Yang Dingtian said without hesitation. Wentian said, "Then may I ask, how confident are you?" Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and thought for a moment before saying, "More than 20%, less than 30%. "Are you sure?" Wentian asked. "I am sure, father-in-law." Yang Dingtian said, "Therefore, what will happen next is not me committing suicide or surrendering. Instead, you will surrender to me and listen to my orders. Let me kill the primal chaos god, all right?" Chapter 1177. Wentian fell silent. Next, he didn't look at Yang Dingtian. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at the sleeping baby in his arms. In the past, Wentian felt close to this child because she was Yang Dingtian's daughter and Yang Dingtian was his only compatriot from Earth. But now, when he hugged this baby in his arms, he felt as though he was hugging his granddaughter. That's right, although he knew that this baby had little to do with his daughter. However, since Yang Dingtian was his son-in-law, then his daughter was his granddaughter. This didn't sound wrong. Return to Earth, reunite with his wife and daughter. This thought was like wild grass, spreading in his heart. Nihility Piao Ling was already dead. There was nothing in the primal chaos world that he was reluctant to part with. Suddenly, Wentian asked, Yang Dingtian, can I ask you why you have such enmity towards the primal chaos god? Yang Dingtian replied, the soul-departed Hall chose you to be the evil god. The primal chaos god chose me to be the righteous god. However, in their hands, the righteous god and the evil god are interchangeable. According to the original plan, after the Naga army destroyed the human countries in the future, they would all be turned into fossils. In the entire human countries, only 2 million people would survive. And after 100 years, I would replace your position and become the new lord of the evil ways, the new demon king. Wentian trembled violently. Yang Dingtian continued, so, the righteous god and the evil god are simply the front and back of their palms. Wentian calmed down and said, so, you have always been clear-headed and have seen through everything. Yang Dingtian nodded. In truth, he had already comprehended many secrets of this world. It was just that he couldn't reveal them now. Wentian asked, are you sure you have more than 20% confidence? N. Yang Dingtian nodded. Wentian lovingly kissed the baby's forehead and greedily sniffed the milky fragrance on her body. Fine, I promise you. Wentian slowly spoke. I surrender. In the future, you have the final say. After that, Wentian suddenly spoke, but remember, I'm not surrendering to you. I'm surrendering to the treasure in my arms. I know. Yang Dingtian said, thank you, father-in-law. Wentian asked, then, what are you going to do about the Naga army outside? Yang Dingtian asked, how many in total? 9,800, Wentian replied. Yang Dingtian was stunned. It looked like it covered the ground and spanned thousands of miles. Unexpectedly, it was less than 10,000. Wentian replied, although there are less than 10,000 of them, they are all elites close to the demigod level. There isn't even a second Naga. It won't even take 3 days to wipe out the entire human kingdom. That's right, there were close to 10,000 young Naga, and more than half of the Naga's cultivation was equivalent to that of the demon king Shiman Wuya. They were close to the demigod realm. Hence, one could imagine how terrifying this force was. Destroying the entire human kingdom and killing every single living being in it, 3 days was already too long. In fact, if they were really ruthless, they wouldn't even need half a day. The human kingdom didn't even have the slightest ability to retaliate. Yang Dingtian said, father-in-law is much smarter than me. You should have a way, right? Wentian said, right now, this group of Naga wants 2 things. The first is my empire of darkness. The second is the ruins of the old Naga empire. Yang Dingtian nodded. Wentian continued, therefore, this group of Naga will be divided into 2 groups. One of them will go and occupy the ruins of the old Naga empire because there's a powerful force there. The other group will enter the empire of darkness. It should be like this. The Naga were a very utilitarian and direct species. Before occupying the empire of darkness and the ruins of the old Naga empire, they definitely wouldn't waste their time on the ground. Wentian said, you and the Naga Dugu Shuang will lead half of the Naga army to the ruins of the old Naga empire. Is there a way to kill them all there? Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and thought for a moment. There was a way, and there were even 2 ways. Don't tell me. Just keep it to yourself. Wentian said, then leave the remaining half of the Naga army to me. If they went to the ruins of the old Naga empire, Ang Dingtian had a way to kill these thousands of Naga. Moreover, there were 2 ways. The first way was to use the Medusa's trap. Yang Dingtian only needed to return the 2 eyeballs to the Medusa's trap. Of course, these 2 eyeballs were originally on the huge statue of the Medusa. After Yang Dingtian took out the eyeballs, the statue completely collapsed and the entire space was completely abandoned. However, Yang Dingtian knew that the statue was actually useless. It was just a support. All the energy came from these two eyeballs. If he lit up these two eyeballs and returned them to their original position, then, the Medusa's trap would immediately be restored. And these Naga were incomparably worshipful of Queen Medusa. Once they saw the image of Queen Medusa, they would immediately fly over. At that time, they would be like moths to a flame, and their energy would be completely devoured. Of course, there might be exceptions. Because although these Naga were not true demigod Naga, they were still Naga. Perhaps, the Medusa's trap would not devour them and destroy them. If that was the case, there was only one way to kill these thousands of Naga who were close to the demigod level. And that was to detonate the remaining ruins of the old Naga Empire. Although only a quarter of the ruins of the old Naga Empire was left. Once it was detonated, the energy would still be enough to destroy the human countries many times over. Of course, if it was a big explosion like the last time, although the energy was big enough, it would be too scattered. A big explosion that lasted for a few hours would release an incomparably huge amount of energy in tens of thousands of times. In this way, the energy of a single explosion would be too small. Yang Dingtian had to think of a way to detonate the entire ruins of the old Naga Empire in an instant. In this way, the energy in an instant should be able to kill thousands of Naga who were close to the demigod level. However, it would be difficult for Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang to survive such a big explosion. Unless, of course, Naga Shuang didn't want to go. The two of them shared the same life force. Even if Yang Dingtian was destroyed, as long as Naga Shuang didn't die, Yang Dingtian wouldn't die. Hence, the possibility of Yang Dingtian killing thousands of Naga was very high. However, what about Wentian? Although he had the highest authority in the Empire of Darkness, his cultivation was still too low. Your father-in-law, are you sure you can kill thousands of Naga? Yang Dingtian asked. Wentian replied, worry about yourself. Yang Dingtian added, oh right, did you manage to get the primeval Naga's eye on Vulture's body? It can melt darkness matter. Wentian nodded. That's right, I easily obtained it. Wentian carefully pried open Baobao's hand and took out the primeval Naga's eye. Yang Dingtian was speechless. Wentian actually allowed his daughter to hold on to such an important item. Wentian tossed it lightly. Yang Dingtian caught the primeval Naga's eye. After that, he took out a small interspatial ring and placed the primeval eye into it. Father-in-law, I'll leave this side to you. Yang Dingtian said. Go ahead. Wentian replied. Yang Dingtian once again flew out of the Empire of Darkness. At this moment, all the Naga soldiers were still in their original form of Naga that was tens of thousands of meters tall. However, Yang Dingtian now understood why they did this. They were afraid of Yang Dingtian's three profound flame. Within a diameter of 100 meters, he could easily kill close to a demigod. Hence, when they were in their original form, they weren't afraid of Yang Dingtian's three profound flame. Is the negotiation done? The Marashal leader asked. It's done. Yang Dingtian said, I'm willing to use the ruins of the old Naga Empire in exchange for the lives of my family. The Marashal said, however, you and the Naga will still have to die. Yang Dingtian raised the petrifying liquid in his hand and said, Shuang'er and I are too strong. You are afraid of us, but Wentian is even more afraid of us. With a swoosh, the Naga Supreme King Marashal, the descendant of the sea snake, directly condensed into his human form. This was a rare appearance of an old man. In fact, in the new Naga, the first and later generations of Naga were all about the same age. They all had endless years, so they could appear in their youthful state. Then, why would there be old people? The reason was simple. The Naga's lifespan was incomparably long. Their appearance was related to their state of mind. When their heart was old, their appearance would naturally be old. Naturally, those Naga who had mated and given birth to offspring would also appear old. If their children gave birth to offspring, their appearance would be a little older. Therefore, even though they were about the same age, the unmarried Queen Lan Chi still looked like a girl. But this Maharaja in front of them already had the appearance of an old man. Of course, it was more because his heart was old. This Maharaja in front of them had half white hair and beard, and he looked old. But his face was still as plump as cream, white and fat. His lips were even painted with red. His half-white eyebrows were very thick, like sharp swords. However, his eyes were deep and narrow. In short, this was a face that made people afraid. He wore a snow-white robe, and even his fingernails were meticulously trimmed. His movements were elegant, his gaze sinister, the corners of his mouth smiling, his expression cold. "Let's go, take us to the ruins of the old Naga Empire." Maharaja said, "Upper 9, follow me to the old ruins. Lower 9, enter the Empire of Darkness and take control of everything." Yes. All the Naga of the later generations shouted. Then, young Dingtian and Naga Shuang led the way and flew toward the southeast sea. "No, Dugu Shuang, stays," Maharaja said. Naga Shuang's beautiful eyes turned cold, and then she nodded. Maharaja said, "If you have anything to say, you can say a few words, because this is goodbye forever." Young Dingtian didn't say anything, but gently hugged her, and then put a small space ring on her finger. Whoosh! After Yang Dingtian let go of Shuang, he directly flew toward the southeast sea at his fastest speed, leading the Naga army of the later generations into the death trap. Chapter 1178. Yang Dingtian turned into a stream of light and flew toward the southeast sea. Whoosh 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 whoosh, at the same time, the 4,900 Naga descendants also turned into streams of light and followed closely behind. It was as if a meteor shower was falling from the sky. In the end, thousands of streaks of light flew across the sky like a string of gorgeous comets. These thousands of streams of light flew at a speed of more than 10,000 miles per hour. In just a few hours, they had flown tens of thousands of miles and arrived at the end of the human kingdom, entering the Southeast Sea. Whoosh 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 whoosh, then, like countless stars, they shot into the sea. In the depths of the sea, they still flew like stars. They passed through the Southeast Sea, passed through the Devil's Sea, and entered the endless dark matter sea. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, they finally arrived at the ruins of the demon capital. At this time, the entire gate had been surrounded and sealed by the dark matter. At this time, the entire ruins of the demon capital were inhabited by countless races of the Mermaid Empire. Everything happened so quickly that Yang Dingtian did not have time to notify them. He took out the eye of the primeval Naga and melted the dark matter on the gate of the demon capital. Whoosh 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 whoosh, countless streams of light flew into the demon capital again. Suddenly, it was densely packed with mermaid warriors, ancient sea beasts, and ancient sea clans. In the beginning, all the underwater races had picked up their weapons and prepared for war. However, as countless streams of light flew in, each stream of light was extremely powerful and there was no way to resist them. The mermaid Queen Violets should have been in the Empire of Darkness, but she felt that she should advance and retreat together with her people, so she was also in the ruins of the demon capital at this time. The moment she saw the countless streams of light flying in, she first surged with a soaring battle intent, followed by endless despair. This was because every stream of light that flew in represented the power of a demigod. The Naga army of the next generation had already invaded. Since they had already invaded the demon capital, it also meant that the human kingdom had fallen. This meant that Yang Dingtian's operation in New Naga had failed. In the face of an uncountable amount of semi-god strength, fighting was meaningless. The mermaid Queen Violets closed her eyes and waited for the arrival of death. She didn't want to surrender, because she couldn't. Moreover, the greedy new Naga was extremely exclusive and would wipe out all races. Of course, the Mermaid Empire was a close relative of the Naga. If there was a need for benefits, the Naga would let the mermaids live. But if everything fell, then Violet's life would be meaningless. At this moment, Violet suddenly felt a familiar smell. It was Yang Dingtian, her husband, Yang Dingtian. Although Yang Dingtian's light flashed by, Violet still smelled it. Her irritable temperament first caused her to be completely enraged. Did Yang Dingtian betray the human nations? Did he surrender to New Naga? Otherwise, why would he personally lead the Naga army into the demon capital? Violet quickly dismissed the idea. Although she was a little crazy, she knew it was impossible. Yang Dingtian's position never needed to be doubted, and it couldn't be doubted. Whoosh 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 whoosh, under Yang Dingtian's lead, the 4,900 Naga descendants didn't stop at all in the ruins of the demon capital. They flew directly and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. There was no killing, no destruction. They just passed by. In the eyes of these Naga descendants, the underwater races of the Mermaid Empire were just fish on the chopping board. There was no difference whether they were killed today or tomorrow. The most important thing now was the ruins of the old Naga Empire. Therefore, their attitude towards the Mermaid clan was to completely ignore them. Soon, they flew over the ruins of the demon capital and entered the endless dark matter again. At this moment, Yang Dingtian had just taken out the eye of the premier Naga when it was immediately snatched away by Marosha. Marosha injected chi into it and melted a huge passage in the dark matter. Yang Dingtian and thousands of Naga descendants flew through it quickly. 2 hours later, they passed through thousands of miles of dark matter and then crashed into an invisible and intangible energy barrier. Yang Dingtian made a space door and was about to jump over. "No, I'll make a space door," Marosha said. "How paranoid." Yang Dingtian sneered and then withdrew his chi. Marosha made a huge space door and jumped into it one after another under the control of several Naga descendants who were close to the demigod level. They entered the first void space. Soon, thousands of Naga descendants all jumped into the space door and entered the void space. In the void space, Yang Dingtian and all the Naga descendants reached the maximum speed in an instant. Their speed per hour increased by several times. Even so, they flew for a long time, at least tens of thousands of miles. Finally, they crashed into an energy wall and finally reached the end of this void space. Marosha made a space door. The 4,900 Naga descendants and Yang Dingtian jumped through the space door and jumped out of this void space. They flew for a while in the void space. In the blink of an eye, they hit another energy wall. This area was the place where the dark matter expanded and exploded. It was densely packed with void space. Yang Dingtian calculated the coordinates and directions in his mind. He jumped into another void space. 8 hours later, he jumped out of this void space again. All of the journey was in Yang Dingtian's brain domain, and there was a three-dimensional image of it. Fortunately, he and Naga Shuang had merged, so his perception of space was many times stronger. He already knew the space in this area like the back of his hand. After passing through this energy barrier, they entered Medusa's trap space. Marosha made a space door on the energy wall. The two Naga descendants, who were close to demigod level, sandwiched Yang Dingtian in front and behind. They jumped through the space door one after another and entered Medusa's trap area. However, there were barren ruins everywhere. The energy formation of Medusa's trap had lost its effect. The moment they entered Medusa's trap space, Yang Dingtian's space ring slipped out silently. The spatial ring was invisible. It was void. It left no energy waves in the void space. Subsequently, Yang Dingtian and the group of Nagas of the later generations turned into streams of light and flew towards the west. As for the invisible spatial ring, it was still floating in the air. After Yang Dingtian and the thousands of Naga descendants had flown a few thousand miles, the space ring that was floating there trembled slightly, and the Chaos Emperor Grade Soul Sword flew out. Yang Dingtian could use his consciousness to control the soul sword's every move. The two energy gems from Medusa's trap were attached to the tip of the soul sword. The space ring was also attached to the sword hilt. Then, under Yang Dingtian's control, the demigod's soul sword flew at lightning speed. No, it was faster than lightning. The Chaos Emperor grade soul sword could fly at a speed of tens of thousands of miles per hour. Now that it had become a demigod, it could fly at more than 100,000 miles per hour in the void space. This speed was many times faster than the Naga descendants who were close to demigod level. Therefore, even though it took a long detour, the soul sword flew in front of Yang Dingtian and the others in less than 2 hours. It kept flying towards the center of Medusa's trap. There used to be a statue of Medusa that was more than a few 100,000 meters tall. However, the statue had been destroyed. Yang Dingtian did not know if the two energy gems could form the energy formation of Medusa's trap. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the soul sword flew at high speed, leaving Yang Dingtian and the Naga army behind. In Yang Dingtian's mind, he constructed a three-dimensional spatial diagram. The center of the three-dimensional space map was the Medusa's trap. The distance was getting closer and closer. Finally, the soul sword and the center of Medusa's trap completely overlapped. However, there was no reaction. Yang Dingtian's heart lit up. Could it be that the collapsed statue was indispensable? Yang Dingtian recalled the height of Medusa's huge statue and the exact position of the two gems. Then, he used his consciousness to control the soul sword and moved it bit by bit. He moved the two gems to the exact position in his memory. The left and right positions were also completely accurate. Suddenly, rumble, there was a loud noise in the entire space. Something that Yang Dingtian could not believe happened. The collapsed statue did not recover. Instead, Yang Dingtian's demigod soul sword grew bigger and bigger. Originally, it was only 3 meters long and less than 2 inches wide. At this time, it became dozens of meters, hundreds of meters, thousands of meters, tens of thousands of meters, hundreds of thousands of meters. In the end, it became a three-dimensional behemoth. The soul sword replaced the statue and became the holder of the two gems. Then, the two gems also grew bigger and bigger. They returned to the size of 100 meters in diameter and floated on both sides of the soul sword. Finally, the image of Yang Dingtian's soul sword began to change little by little. She transformed into a peerlessly beautiful face and a devilish body. In the end, the hundreds of thousands of meters long soul sword turned into the statue of Medusa. Medusa's trap was once again remodeled. Swish, the two gems suddenly released a dazzling light and turned into two suns. And the statue of Queen Medusa suddenly released a peerless beauty and peerless charm, radiating light in all directions. Countless energy was released from the two gems. The concentration of the surrounding chi was getting higher and higher. And the trap space of tens of thousands of miles, from ruins and desolation, became full of vitality and beauty. In an instant, all the future generations of Naga were completely stunned. Empress Medusa, Empress Medusa. Under the leadership of Marosha, all the future generations of Naga knelt down and kowtowed desperately. Marosha, the first patriarch of the new Naga sea snake descendant of Naga, greets Empress Medusa. Marosha kowtowed. Her beautiful eyes turned slightly, and the statue of Medusa in the distance seemed to come to life in an instant. The golden viper on her head turned into beautiful hair in an instant. The grayish-white stone surface turned into snow-white skin that was as smooth as jade and emitted divine light. She turned from a stone statue into a beautiful real goddess. Oh! Marosha of the future generations of Naga. I've been waiting for you for a long time. You're finally here. The voice of Empress Medusa was hoarse and seductive, which made people extremely addicted to it. Yes, we're finally here. Marosha kowtowed. Empress Medusa said, "Hey, why haven't any of you broken through to the demigod realm? Come, 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 your strength is too weak. Come to me, I'll give you strength. Immediately, all the future generations of Naga teared up and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you for protecting your people." Then, there was no need for Yang Dingtian to say anything at all. Marosha led 4,900 future generations of Naga and flew toward the center of Medusa's trap like moths to a flame. No one was left. They were all wiped out. Chapter 1179. Then, Yang Dingtian realized something very bad. The whole plan was going very smoothly. The 4,900 Naga, including Marosha, were all flying toward the Medusa's trap. There was no hesitation or doubt. They were like moths flying into a flame. Of course, the closer they were to the Medusa's trap, the higher the concentration of celestial chi. This was a fatal temptation for these future Naga. But the worst thing was that they had also taken Yang Dingtian with them. The two demigod future Naga were still tightly holding Yang Dingtian captive as they flew toward the Medusa's trap. Holy shit! You guys can go get close to Empress Medusa. Why do you have to take me with you? I don't want to go. But it was useless. The demigod future Naga didn't listen to him at all. They completely ignored his struggles. You're only at level 33. You're nothing in front of a level 49 master. You can't resist at all. So, Yang Dingtian was also dragged toward the Medusa's trap. Damn it, damn it, damn it, thousands of future Naga future demigods were really like thousands of fireflies, flying toward the flame. Yang Dingtian couldn't shout for them to stop, nor could he break free. He also flew toward the flame. At this moment, the Naga Shuang's voice sounded in Yang Dingtian's mind. Husband, don't worry. You're a demigod, so you should be a subject of the Naga Empire. Medusa's trap won't devour you, the Naga Shuang said. Really? Yang Dingtian was puzzled. Although he was a demigod, at least he wasn't a Naga. Otherwise, how could Mr. Shuwu Piaoyan have passed through Medusa's trap? Naga Shuang said. Yang Dingtian finally relaxed and said, "These future Naga may not be demigods, but they are still Naga. Could it be that Medusa's trap is useless against them?" Naga Shuang was silent for a while, then said, "I don't know. This Medusa trap is the last barrier to enter the Naga Empire. All non-demigods should be prohibited from entering, so this trap should be effective against this group of later generations of Nagas. Furthermore, when this energy trap was built, the great cataclysm did not happen, so these Naga descendants did not give birth to them. No matter what, nothing could be stopped now. No matter what the result was, they could only gamble." Yang Dingtian simply closed his eyes and waited for the final outcome. Closer and closer. Thousands of firefly-like lights rushed toward the huge Queen Medusa at a speed of 10,000 miles per hour. Finally, they arrived in front of the two incomparably beautiful faces. At this time, the surrounding celestial chi concentration had reached an astonishing 100,000 times. This was a concentration of celestial chi that these future Naga descendants had never experienced before. They immediately went crazy. What rationality! What alertness! They had long since disappeared beyond the highest heavens. They only had one goal, and that was to fly to the place with the highest concentration of celestial chi and devour it. Where was the concentration of celestial chi? They were the eyes of Queen Medusa, beautiful eyes that could captivate one's soul. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Then, Yang Dingtian watched as one by one the future Naga descendants who were close to demigods flew straight toward Queen Medusa's eyes and then disappeared. One by one, they disappeared. Moreover, these future Naga descendants clearly saw that their companions in front of them had disappeared, but they thought that they had entered Queen Medusa's inner world and were devouring the highest concentration of celestial chi energy. So, they rushed forward one after another. So, one by one, group by group. All of them turned to dust and disappeared without a trace. And two future Naga descendants who were close to demigods did not let go of Yang Dingtian at this time. They held Yang Dingtian hostage and flew toward the eyes of Medusa's trap. Then, the two of them also disappeared. And Yang Dingtian just floated in front of the eyes. He did not disappear and just floated there motionlessly. When the future Naga descendants saw this, they still did not have the slightest doubt, but were full of mockery. Lowly humans were indeed not worthy of devouring the noble energy of Queen Medusa. Without any hesitation, the future Naga descendants who were close to demigods swarmed in groups. In a short few minutes, Yang Dingtian's side was empty. All the future Naga descendants had disappeared without a trace. All of them turned to dust and were devoured. He was completely stunned. This group of future Naga descendants were extremely shrewd, especially Marosha. His scheming was even deeper than Wentian's. He was a complete sly old fox. Along the way, he did not give Yang Dingtian any chance. Even the spatial gate was opened by him. But who would have thought that in front of this trap, he did not even have the slightest bit of resistance or doubt. He rushed in directly and died. Blinded by greed. Blinded by greed. Not only him, but also Bo Yiming. How cunning, how cunning. But because of his absolute arrogance and disdain, he lost his life for nothing. The key was that Wentian had already warned him that Yang Dingtian would come to assassinate him. But Bo Yiming did not care and did not treat it as a matter at all. Probably in his heart, it was equivalent to someone telling you to be careful of the ant beside your feet. It might come and bite you to death. Moreover, it was a small ant in the conventional sense, not a poisonous ant. Anyone who heard this would not treat it with disdain. The weakness of the Naga descendants was extremely fatal. A total of 4,900 Nagas were all annihilated a few minutes later. Only then did Yang Dingtian remember, Shuang, I'm done here. Emichim, I already knew. Naga Shuang replied. At this moment, Naga Shuang, as well as the future generations of Naga descendants, 4,900 of them, and Wentian, were all in the Sky Dome Palace in the Skirich Emperor capital. All the future generations of Naga descendants had already entered the Empire of Darkness. Moreover, all of them had taken human form. Although there were close to 5,000 people, the Sky Dome Palace still seemed spacious and empty. Sir Wentian, let's do it. A leader of the future generations of Naga said, clear out the entire Empire of Darkness and kill all the extra ants. Now, we will begin the transformation into the Empire's energy formation. These future generations of Naga descendants wanted Wentian to kill all the humans. Of course, to these future generations of Naga descendants, killing tens of millions of humans was as easy as blowing off dust. However, these humans were all within the Castle of Darkness. Since the Castle of Darkness was a part of the energy formation, it was best not to damage it. However, to enter the Castle of Darkness and kill them one by one was simply too troublesome. To Wentian, however, killing tens of millions of people would only take a single second. He had the full power of the Empire of Darkness. As long as he gave the order, the Empire of Darkness could unleash hundreds of thousands, or even millions of energy beams, instantly killing all the humans within the Castle of Darkness. It would save time and effort. Wentian said, I've already promised Yang Dingtian that I would spare his family. Moreover, whether or not we should kill all the humans here, we still need to discuss this matter with Grand King Marosha. The leader of the future generations of Naga descendants was instantly enraged. Human Wentian, don't forget that you are just a tool to us. Killing all of humanity is part of our plan. Wentian shook his head. No, the content of my discussion with Grand King Marosha is as follows. He will be the ruler of this world, and I will be the supreme ruler of the Empire of Darkness, as well as the supreme ruler of humanity. If we kill all of humanity, what's the point of being the ruler? Therefore, as for how many humans to kill and how many to keep as slaves, we still need to discuss this matter with Grand King Marosha. The leader of the future generations of Naga descendants snorted coldly and said nothing more. Although he was unhappy with Wen Tian's disobedience and looked down on the human from the bottom of his heart. However, after all, only Grand King Marosha could order Wen Tian around. Let's make an analogy. According to the agreement with Grand King Marosha, the current human Wen Tian was about to become the ruler of a human nation, equivalent to Emperor Pu-yi of Manchuria during the Second World War, and Grand King Marosha was equivalent to the Emperor of Japan. Right now, the leader of the Naga clan was equivalent to the commander of the Guangdong army. Although he did not put Pu-yi in his eyes and completely regarded him as a puppet pig or dog, in terms of nominal status, Pu-yi's status was still higher than his. Only the Japanese emperor could give Pu-yi orders. The leader of the Naga descendants decided in his heart that he would wait until Grand King Marosha arrived. Not only would he kill all of Yang Dingtian's family members, he would also thoroughly humiliate this lowly human Wen Tian. At this moment, Wen Tian was sitting leisurely on the dark throne, gently tapping the rhythm. He was waiting for a signal, waiting for the Naga Shuang's signal. Because, only after Yang Dingtian's Grand King Marosha and his Naga descendants were annihilated, would he be able to make his move. Otherwise, he would kill all of the Naga descendants of the lower Naga descendants. On the other hand, Yang Dingtian's plan had failed. When the future generations of the Naga descendants of the upper Naga descendants arrived and saw that the lower Naga descendants were all dead, the consequences would be extremely terrifying. As for the distance of several 100,000 li between him and Yang Dingtian, it didn't matter at all. Because, no matter how far apart they were, Yang Dingtian and the Naga Shuang's hearts were completely connected. If something happened on the other side, the Naga Shuang would know immediately. At this moment, the Naga Shuang nodded and smiled at Wen Tian. Yang Dingtian had succeeded. Wen Tian's heart was truly shaken. Even though Yang Dingtian said that he had a way and was confident, Wen Tian was still shocked. When it really happened, Wen Tian was still very shocked. A total of 4,900 Naga descendants who were close to the demigod level. All of them were from the upper Naga descendants and were led by the cunning Marosha. Yang Dingtian actually had a way to wipe them out in one go. This was too shocking. More importantly, Wen Tian had the highest authority in the Empire of Darkness. However, Yang Dingtian didn't. Amazing, this cheap son-in-law of his was really amazing. Seeing the hostility and disdain in the eyes of the Naga leader below, Wen Tian smiled and said, "Idiot, goodbye." "What did you say?" the Naga leader asked. Yang Dingtian spoke in Chinese and they couldn't understand. "Nothing." Wen Tian shook his head and then moved his consciousness. Whoosh, in an instant, the entire celestial palace was filled with dark matter. Everyone in the hall was swallowed up. Although the 4,900 Naga descendants of the lower Naga descendants were not close to the demigod level, they were all peerless powerhouses above level 40. However, they were still devoured by the dark matter in an instant. The entire process was as fast as lightning. In less than 0.01 seconds, the entire celestial palace was flooded by dark matter. It didn't appear bit by bit, nor did it flood like a tide. It filled up in an instant. Why? Because the Skirich imperial capital, the celestial palace, and the Empire of Darkness were all made of special energy substances. And this energy substance was a form of dark matter. The entire Empire of Darkness was made of dark matter. However, whether it was the Great Refining Array, the Dark Castle, or the Skirich imperial capital, they were all in different energy states. As long as there was enough energy, these energies could be converted into each other. Therefore, Wen Tian could control the Skirich imperial capital and turn the walls and floor of the celestial palace into dark matter with a single thought. Dark matter, on the other hand, could devour everything, including evil spirits. In that case, could the Devil King Wen Tian of the past do the same? Because before his primordial evil spirit was taken away by the Naga Shuang, he had built layers of energy barriers to prevent the Naga Shuang from escaping. Could he turn everything in the celestial palace into dark matter and devour the Naga Shuang and Yang Dingtian in an instant? Yes. But he couldn't bear to. Because he wanted to devour Yang Dingtian. He wanted to capture the Naga Shuang alive. These two things were his only chance to become a demigod. Once he devoured them with dark matter, there would be nothing left. The Naga Shuang was also in the celestial palace. But after she sent out the signal, she immediately took out the primordial Naga's eye from her space ring. When the dark matter filled the entire celestial palace, the special energy emitted by the eye immediately formed a protective energy field that completely protected the Naga Shuang and kept the dark matter outside. Whoosh! Wentian sat on the dark throne and continued to control the Skirich imperial capital to transform the dark matter into the celestial palace. But this time, it didn't happen so quickly. One could only see the dark matter disappearing layer by layer. After a full 15 minutes, the celestial palace was completely restored. Then, the Naga Shuang and Wentian were shocked to discover that the dark matter had disappeared. These Naga Shuang's descendants hadn't disappeared or been completely devoured. Instead, they had been completely sealed in the dark matter and didn't move at all. No one knew if they were dead or alive. Therefore, the ground of the celestial palace looked extremely strange. The shadows of thousands of Naga Shuang's descendants were imprinted on the ground in all kinds of strange ways. It looked extremely strange. Then, Wentian felt an extremely powerful celestial chi energy from the dark throne. He understood that the Skirich imperial capital had sealed these thousands of Naga Shuang's descendants and then devoured their energy bit by bit, turning it into celestial chi. Unfortunately, Wentian wasn't very interested in increasing his cultivation anymore. More importantly, he had already reached the limit of his cultivation. Most likely, the celestial chi energy of these thousands of Naga Shuang's descendants could only be used by the Naga Shuang and Yang Dingtian. Immediately, Wentian clicked his tongue and said, "Thousands of Naga Shuang's descendants, all of them at the 48th level and above. They have dozens of times more chi Cs than humans of the same level. After being condensed by the Skirich imperial capital, they can be turned into solidified celestial chi essence. You guys are really lucky." After saying that, Wentian said, "Alright, go and tell your man that we're done here. Tell him to come back." "Okay," the Naga Shuang said. Then, Wentian came down from the dark throne and said, "Now, the dark throne belongs to you. I know that you Naga Shuang's descendants are greedy. When it comes to devouring energy, it's a race against time. I'll go and take a look at Yang Dingtian's children." Then, Wentian directly flew out of the celestial palace and towards a dark castle. Yang Dingtian's youngest daughter was there. He wanted to fight for her so that the older children wouldn't be afraid of him. As for the Naga Shuang, she couldn't wait to sit on the dark throne. Instantly, an incomparably dense celestial chi energy that was hundreds of thousands of times stronger than normal surged into her body. The Naga Shuang was incomparably excited as she enjoyed all of this. Then, she said, "Husband, it's all done." At this moment, Yang Dingtian was floating in front of Empress Medusa's eyes. Chapter 1180. After devouring the energy of the 4,900 Naga who were close to demigods, the light of the Medusa's trap gradually dimmed. The two huge gemstones also gradually returned to their original appearance. They were no longer like two suns. At this moment, Yang Dingtian stared at the two huge eyes. He realized that they were not gemstones, but energy bodies. Now, Yang Dingtian could not imagine how much energy was contained in these two eyes. From the beginning of the Naga generation until now, tens of thousands of years had passed. These two eyes had devoured an unimaginable amount of energy. Just this time alone, there were 4,900 demigods. The combined energy was an astronomical figure. However, there was almost no fluctuation in these two gemstones. Yang Dingtian looked at these two eyes, hoping that this Medusa's illusion would say something to him. In the end, there was nothing. The two eyes became darker and darker. Finally, they completely turned into two energy crystals. As young Ding Tian was already a demigod, the Medusa's trap's reaction to him was complete silence. Yang Ding Tian approached the two eyes. He even reached out to touch and feel them. They were cold and he could not feel anything. The energy inside was too terrifying. If he could devour it, he did not know how much he could break through. Yang Ding Tian used his mind to control the soul sword. It shrunk instantly and returned to Yang Dingtian's hand. The two huge gemstones also shrunk instantly to less than an inch. Yang Dingtian played with them in his hand for a while. He could not imagine how an astronomical amount of energy could be condensed in these small gemstones. Then, Yang Dingtian put the gemstones into the space ring and turned around to return. Soon, Yang Dingtian returned to the ruins of the Devil Capital. At this moment, the entire Mermaid Empire's underwater races were still densely packed. They were waiting solemnly for the arrival of destruction. This was because thousands of demigod descendants of the Naga had just passed by. After that, they would wipe out the Mermaid Empire's undersea races. Swish! Yang Dingtian was like a stream of light as he rushed out of the dark matter and appeared in front of the densely packed mermaid warriors. The group of mermaid warriors was shocked. Yang Dingtian. The leader of the mermaid warriors was Princess Sharp Knife. She was surprised when she saw Yang Dingtian, and then looked back, waiting for the appearance of the Naga army. "There's no need to look," Yang Dingtian said, "the Naga army of the future generations are all dead." "What?" Li Daoji said in disbelief, How is this possible? There are thousands of Naga, and all of them have unfathomable cultivation bases. And all the mermaid warriors were also shocked. "Why would I lie to you?" Yang Dingtian asked, "Where's Violets?" "Her Majesty is in the palace of the Sea Serpent Empire." Princess Sharp Knife said in a trembling voice, "My husband." "Oh, no, Mr. Yang Dingtian, you mean, the Naga army has been wiped out, and we are safe. At least that's the case for now." Yang Dingtian pinched her chin and said, "It's been a few years, why are you hiding from me?" "I'm so busy, and I can't see you if you hide from me." Princess Sharp Knife blushed, and her expression suddenly became unnatural. Yang Dingtian said, "Okay, take me to see Violets." 1 hour later, Yang Dingtian brought the mermaid queen Zi Luolan back to the human kingdoms. Because her stomach seemed to be moving, and she was going to give birth in a few days. She had been pregnant for several years, but she hadn't given birth yet. However, Yang Dingtian didn't let the mermaids of the Mermaid Empire leave. Instead, he still stayed in the ruins of the Sea Serpent Empire. A day later, Yang Dingtian returned to the human world and entered the Empire of Darkness. He, who had survived the disaster, hugged his wife and children. Then, for the whole day, he didn't go anywhere except to accompany his family. And at night, he slept with his wives in the same bed as well. Whether it was the Council of Light or Wentian, they were very tactful and didn't disturb him. The next morning, Yen Yen, who was lying in his arms, said softly, "My husband, everything is over, right? In the future, our family can be together peacefully, right?" Yes, the most dangerous and terrifying time was over. The world-ending war was over. The invasion of the Little Western Paradise army led by the Demon King was also over. The most terrifying invasion of the Naga army was also over. All the enemies seemed to have been destroyed. The human world should be completely peaceful now. But, is everything over? Yang Dingtian didn't reply. Instead, he greedily stroked Yen Yen's hair and smelled her moving fragrance. "Is everything over?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Of course not." Wentian said, "But the clause of the soul-leaving palace should have been used up. She can't borrow people anymore." Yang Dingtian said, "But there is still Zhu Qingzhu. Zhu Qingzhu is definitely not going to make it." Wentian said, "Previously, the soul-leaving palace chose Hai Xin to transfer the greater space technique and not Zhu Qingzhu. This is very clear. Yang Dingtian said, then according to father-in-law, what do you think the soul-leaving palace will do next? Will Medusa personally make a move, or will she send someone else? Who will she send? Wentian said, unless it's your little lover, Shima Ningning. Otherwise, she won't have half a person in her hands. Yang Dingtian said, in short, Medusa won't let this matter rest, right? Of course. Wentian said, we will be able to see what method she has up her sleeves very soon. Yang Dingtian said, then what do you think we should do next? Wentian said, continue the migration. Move a large number of humans to the Empire of Darkness. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be stunned. The crisis in New Naga had been resolved. Logically speaking, not only should the evacuation stop, but the people in the Empire of Darkness should also return to the continent. But in the end, Wentian said that they should continue the migration. Yang Dingtian said, do you have any premonition? Wentian shook his head and said, I don't have any premonition. It's just a subtle feeling. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, okay, then let's continue the migration. When the Doomsday Committee formed by the Little Western Paradise, the Human Kingdom, and the Mermaid Empire heard Yang Dingtian's order to continue the evacuation, they couldn't help but be slightly stunned. But after the shock, they still chose to obey the order. Actually, these few days were like a dream to the Council of Light, the High Priest Association, and the members of the Little Western Paradise's Joint Council. At the beginning, it was a sudden nightmare. Yang Dingtian went to New Naga to assassinate Boyi. Everyone prayed for his success, and deep in their hearts, they felt that he would definitely succeed. Because in such a crucial matter, Yang Dingtian would always succeed. Therefore, the great retreat continued in an orderly manner. Suddenly, one day, the nightmare descended. In the sky, countless streaks of light flew down. Almost instantly, all the humans on the ground in the Empire of Darkness were controlled. Then, the human Wentian took control of the entire Empire of Darkness. From the beginning to the end, it didn't take more than an hour. The Human Kingdom and the Little Western Paradise's highest command center were completely destroyed. Everyone was imprisoned in the Castle of Darkness, unable to escape. Wentian directly obtained the highest control over the Throne of Darkness. If he wanted to kill everyone here, he only needed a thought. Then, countless Naga soldiers laid in ambush, opening up an inescapable net, waiting for Yang Dingtian to barge in. As expected, Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang barged in. At this time, whether it was the Little Western Paradise or the Council of Light, they were all in despair. At this time, there was no longer any possibility of turning the situation around. There were more than 10,000 Naga soldiers. They could easily crush everyone with a finger, including Yang Dingtian. Destruction was a foregone conclusion. Just waiting for Wentian's will, the energy formation of the Castle of Darkness would kill everyone. But then, the situation changed, shocking everyone. Just as they were waiting in despair for the news of Yang Dingtian's death, the energy formation of the Castle of Darkness was suddenly released. All the fox demons and humans regained their freedom. Then, Wentian came to rule the upper echelons of the Little Western Paradise and the Council of Light. The Naga army was completely annihilated. And he, Wentian, chose to stand together with Yang Dingtian. This change was really like a bolt of lightning, completely stunning everyone. Who would have thought that in this situation where death was certain, he would be able to make a comeback? But whether it was the upper echelons of the Little Western Paradise or the Human Kingdom, they all chose to distance themselves from Wentian and didn't have any deep conversations. They were waiting for Yang Dingtian's return to confirm Wentian's position and allegiance. Wentian and I have the same opinion. Yang Dingtian said, Wentian was once the most important chess piece of the soul-departing palace, so I know him very well. Chairman Neru said, Sect Master Yang's meaning is that the soul-departing palace won't let this matter rest. They will definitely do something. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, yes, although I don't know what the soul-departing palace will do next, it definitely won't end like this. I even have a premonition that the soul-departing palace's methods won't be so gentle and indirect. Instead, they will be incomparably intense. So, not only can the retreat not end, we have to speed it up. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. Dongfang Minmi was silent for a moment and said, Little Western Paradise, what is Wentian's position? Will he be your assistant? Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, he won't interfere with the human kingdom and Little Western Paradise's matters. He won't even do anything to the throne of the Empire of Darkness. Dongfang Minmi nodded and said, understood. In the following period of time, countless winged cavalry, dark dragons came out in full force. Every day, countless humans would retreat into the Empire of Darkness. Every day, astronomical amounts of vegetables, fruits, and fresh water would be transported into the Empire of Darkness. As for Yang Dingtian, he suddenly had nothing to do. Because, regardless of whether it was Organization X's research on crystals, or the Doomsday Committee's retreat work, they didn't need him. And the matter of devouring energy and breaking through cultivation was left to Shuang Er. Once she sat on the throne of darkness, she didn't come down at all. Even when Yang Dingtian returned, she didn't leave the throne of darkness. What intimacy! There wasn't even the slightest bit. And because it had devoured the energy of thousands of Naga of the next generation, the Xian Qi energy in the throne of darkness was especially rich and intense. Yang Dingtian felt the energy in his energy reserve gradually increasing almost every day. However, it would take about 2 years to break through to level 34. Although the energy channeled into the throne of darkness was hundreds of thousands of Xian Qi crystals, there was only one beam after all. Compared to the ruins of the old Naga Empire, it was still inferior. During this period of time, Yang Dingtian only had one thing to do. And that was to wait for Medusa's reaction from the soul-leaving palace. He didn't know if she would take action directly or if there would be a conversation. In short, Yang Dingtian was waiting for Medusa's call at all times. However, nothing happened. And Yang Dingtian had a lot of time to accompany his son and daughter. Also, his waist was about to break from exhaustion. Some of his wives desperately wanted children, and some simply wanted to eat their fill. Therefore, every night, Yang Dingtian almost didn't have time to sleep. His demigod body was almost unable to withstand the constant assault of time. He was now completely sure that although martial arts cultivation had a certain relationship with that matter, it wasn't absolute. At this time, with his level 33 cultivation, he should be tired to the point where his waist and back were aching. In the end, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to escape. He took the children to find Wentian and played chess and cards with him. Time passed day by day. 10 days passed. Half a month passed. A month passed. 2 months passed. There were more and more people in the Empire of Darkness. During this most free time, Qin Shuang, Qin Mengli, Xiang Xiang, Mu Liani, and the other girls finally got what they wanted and were all pregnant. In fact, there was no problem with their bodies. It was impossible for them not to get pregnant. If they calculated the time and made out every day, they would be pregnant no matter what. You have so many children. At least for 100 years, you won't be able to return to Earth. Wentian smiled and said, unlike me, I don't have a child or a relative in this world. Yang Dingtian, father-in-law, didn't you and Nihility Piaoling do that? Wentian said angrily, of course not. Do you think everyone is a rogue like you? At that time, we were at most spiritual friends. Not to mention that we didn't do that kind of thing, we didn't even make out at all. Then, Wentian was silent for a while and said, Yang Dingtian, if you can really return to Earth, are you sure you don't want to? Yang Dingtian, not for 100 years. Wentian said angrily, then what about my daughter? Yang Dingtian, she might have already married. Wentian said angrily, "Nonsense, what kind of person do you think my daughter is?" "Yang Dingtian, my situation is different from yours. You and your mother-in-law have been in love for a long time and have been married for a few years. But Bijuan and I are only in a relationship. Our love is very passionate, but it's not deep. Also, she probably thinks that I'm already dead. The people I miss the most are my parents. Although I still have an elder sister, they doted on me the most since I was young. If you can really go back when the time comes, you have to help me take care of them. Then, I will make many recording jades and record my child. You can bring them to see." Wentian sighed. "We'll talk about it when we can go back. Or maybe we can talk about it after we pass the test of Medusa." At this moment, Yen Yen suddenly rushed over and said, "Husband, Violets has given birth." Yang Dingtian was surprised. Violet's stomach had already reacted 2 months ago. He thought that she was going to give birth soon, but in the end, it stopped very quickly. In these few days, there was no pain, nor any specific reaction. Why was she going to give birth now? "Yang Dingtian, I'll go immediately. You go find Wuyu and ask her to help deliver the baby." Yen Yen said, "Husband, she has already given birth." Yang Dingtian said in surprise, "But, I didn't hear her cry out in pain." Yen Yen said, "She didn't cry out in pain. She was playing mahjong with us. Before we finished a round of mahjong, Shuang was about to win. Then, she suddenly said, I'm going to give birth." Then, she quickly ran to the bed and laid down. Then, she gave birth without any pain at all. We are so envious. Yang Dingtian threw down the chess piece in his hand and flew over quickly. Violets gave birth to a daughter. Yang Dingtian had 2 sons who were descendants of demigods. Now, he finally had a daughter. Yang Dingtian was very worried that she would be like Naga Shuang when she was just born, covered in scales. In the end, he heaved a sigh of relief. That's right, there were indeed scales. There were scales on her neck, chest, waist, and thighs. However, the faint golden luster made her look very cute. Her face was smooth and snow-white without any scales. When Jia gave birth to Yao Yang baby, she suffered a lot. Because the baby didn't want to come out at all. But when the time came, the baby desperately absorbed Jia's energy in order to get enough energy, almost causing Jia to die. When Yang Yi was born, Yao Rao more or less suffered a little bit. Unexpectedly, this baby was so obedient that she didn't let her mother suffer at all. Although she was just born, she was equivalent to a 2-month-old child. She was white and chubby, and her eyes were wide open. She didn't suffer at all, and seemed very quiet. The first moment she was born, she was observing. There was also an indescribable Leng Ao. Of course, this description was wrong. How could a newborn be called arrogant? But it was true. Whether it was Wu Yu, Yen Yen, or Violets hugging her, she was quietly being hugged. She didn't laugh or cry. She seemed very calm and didn't even look at people. However, after Yang Dingtian reached out and hugged her, her big eyes immediately focused and stared straight at Yang Dingtian. Then, she desperately tried to sense Yang Dingtian's aura. Gga. Then, she opened her small mouth and laughed at Yang Dingtian. She was completely different from Yang Yi and Yao Yang, even though they were all descendants of demigods. Seeing this scene, the mermaid Queen Violet's tears immediately flowed out. Sure enough, as the rumors said, Naga didn't have a mother and didn't have any feelings for the person who gave birth to her. And because Yang Dingtian was a demigod, he was a father, and he was also the same kind. Therefore, this Naga baby was very close and intimate. Yang Dingtian sat on the edge of the bed and kissed Violets, saying, "Don't worry, in our family, she is a baby, a daughter. In the future, she will be filial to you. You are her mother." Violets kissed her daughter's mouth and whispered, I don't want her to become a Naga, I don't want her to be strong, I don't want her to be like Shuang. I want her to be an ordinary girl. Well, I will work hard. Yang Dingtian said. At this moment, Vulture flew in like lightning. Her first glance fell on the baby in Yang Dingtian's arms and revealed an envious look because she also wanted a child. Then, she said to Yang Dingtian in a trembling voice, "Husband, she is here." Yang Dingtian was stunned and said, "Who is here?" Vulture said, "Shima Ningning." Yang Dingtian's body shook violently. Chapter 1181. Yang Dingtian had thought about his reunion with Shima Ningning countless times. Some were good, some were bad, and there were all kinds of reunions. However, when the real reunion came, it was completely different from what he imagined. Yang Dingtian carefully placed his Naga baby girl in Violet's arms, and then directly turned into a stream of light and flew out of the Empire of Darkness. In the process of shuttling through the dark matter, Yang Dingtian fantasized over and over again. What should Shima Ningning look like at this time? Naga were all unparalleled beauties, especially Medusa's Naga. Therefore, the previous Shima Ningning must have disguised herself. Then, how beautiful would Shima Ningning look? But he didn't know why. In Yang Dingtian's heart, Shima Ningning's original appearance was the most beautiful. Although the Shima Ningning he saw before could only be considered to be above average in terms of beauty and couldn't be said to be extremely beautiful. However, what Yang Dingtian loved the most was her gentle and delicate face. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian suddenly rushed out of the Empire of Darkness and came to the ground. Not far in front of him, he suddenly saw a beautiful back that was familiar yet unfamiliar. It was really familiar yet unfamiliar. How many years had it been? It had been a full 10 years. So, it seemed unfamiliar. However, this figure had appeared countless times in his mind and dreams, so he was familiar with it. "Sister Ningning," Yang Dingtian shouted. The beautiful figure turned around. It was exactly the same as before, the same face as 10 years ago. It was still the quiet beast speaker in Cloud Sky City, aloof from worldly affairs. "Little Tian." Shima Ningning's voice trembled, and a gentle and apologetic smile appeared on her face. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and gently hugged her soft and delicate body into his arms. Then, the two of them quietly smelled each other's scent. After a long time, Yang Dingtian held Shima Ningning's face and asked, "Sister Ningning, can you show me your real face now?" Shima Ningning said, "This is my real face." Yang Dingtian was stunned. Shouldn't Medusa Naga be at the tip of the beautiful pyramid? Ningning said angrily, "Are you saying I'm ugly?" Yang Dingtian hurriedly shook his head and said, "No, I just find it strange. However, you are the most beautiful in my heart. Instead, I'm afraid that you will be like your mother, so beautiful that people can't open their eyes." Ningning said, "Is it because you already have a Naga wife who is so beautiful that she can't open her eyes?" Yang Dingtian was stunned for a moment before he whispered, "I'm sorry, Sister Ningning." "Why are you apologizing?" Ningning said, "Because you have married Naga Shuang and feel sorry for me. You feel that you have betrayed our feelings, right?" Yang Dingtian nodded. "Of course not." Shima Ningning said softly, "First of all, I know that you married Duga Shuang because you had no choice. Secondly, I like you, and you like me. That's enough. We, the spiritual Naga, don't care about this kind of thing. We prefer spiritual love. Platonic love." Yang Dingtian said. "Is this a term from Earth?" Ningning said, "It sounds very nice." Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment and said, "Sister Ningning, when did you know that I came from Earth?" Ningning said, "What you want to ask is, did I know that you came from Earth when I first saw you?" Yang Dingtian nodded. "I didn't know." Ningning said, "I told you that since I was born until I grew up, I was very repulsed by men's auras. I felt uncomfortable from a few feet away, so I lived in seclusion in the valley of Cloud Sky City. But when you appeared, your aura made me very, very moved. You know, the love of the Naga is decided in an instant. And we don't look at the face, identity, or cultivation at all. We just rely on the smell. When I feel that smell, I completely fall in love. Yang Dingtian said, at that time, I thought it was strange. Why were you so good to me when you first saw me? Because I was moved before I even saw you, Ningning said softly. Ningning said softly, but I know that a man who can move my heart is definitely not ordinary. It is very likely that he is the messenger of fate. Are you the messenger of fate? Yang Dingtian asked. No, the messenger of fate of the god of chaos, Shimen Ningning said. Yang Dingtian understood Ningning's words and then asked, on the day of the battle with Qin Xiaobai, in order to save me, did you show your true form? Naga Shuang nodded and said, you also know that although I am a spiritual type Naga. But because Mother is still alive, most of my energy is with her. Apart from my spiritual power, I am not strong. When I was in human form, my cultivation was very low. So, I had to show my true form. But when I showed my true form, my whole body was covered by a thick green fog. They didn't see that I was a Naga. Yang Dingtian said, then, you disappeared. Was it because Empress Medusa put you under house arrest? Shimen Ningning nodded and said, I broke the rules again and again, and showing my true form was a big taboo. Mother couldn't bear it and called me back to house arrest. Yang Dingtian said, then the deep-sea Xian poison you gave me was not taken from a faraway place, but from your own body, right? Shimen Ningning nodded and said, but, I had to go to a faraway place to find a way to force the deep-sea Xian poison out of my body. Yang Dingtian said, and, at that time, your legs couldn't move at all, not because of the deep-sea Xian poison, but because of the sequelae of forcing out the deep-sea Xian poison, right? Shimen Ningning nodded again. Fool. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but hug Shimen Ningning again. Spiritual Naga was really crazy about love. The deep-sea Xian poison was the last life-saving thing of Naga. In order to help Yang Dingtian kill the Millennium Owl, she forced out her own deep-sea Xian poison and gave it to Yang Dingtian. However, at this moment, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt a burst of bitterness and sadness in his heart. This was not his own feeling, but Naga Shuang's feeling. Because he and Shuang shared everything. Shuang didn't care much about the feelings of Yang Dingtian and his wives, but she cared a lot about Shimen Ningning because Shimen Ningning was also a Naga. Tell Shuang that you and I only love each other spiritually, I won't take you away, Shimen Ningning suddenly said. Yang Dingtian was stunned and said, you can also read my mind. Of course, I can do it a long time ago, Shimen Ningning said. Suddenly, Ong Dingtian's heart was in a mess. Now Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang's hearts were connected, and Shimen Ningning could read Yang Dingtian's mind. In this way, the spiritual relationship of the three people was in a mess. The two people hugged each other quietly for a while. Finally, Yang Dingtian broke the silence, because he still had to ask. Ningning, why did your mother ask you to come? Yang Dingtian asked. Shimen Ningning said, it's just a message. Because of our special relationship, she felt that it might be useful for you to let me come and pass a message. Yang Dingtian asked, what message? Shimen Ningning said, the vast majority of humans must die, and the cycle of destruction that occurs once every 200 years must be carried out. As soon as these words came out, Yang Dingtian's heart trembled, and then he said bitterly, Ningning, is that what you think too? Shimen Ningning said softly, no, I don't. I only care about you, Yan Yan, and your family. I don't care about anything else. Also, no matter what you do, I will support you. I will agree to whatever you want me to do. Yang Dingtian was very moved. Shimen Ningning said, but Xiao Tian, I can't change my mother's mind. I know. Yang Dingtian said, "This is between me and her." Then, Yang Dingtian asked, "This time, will she use someone else's hand?" Shimen Ningning shook her head and said, "No, she will do it herself this time. Also, she is very angry. She feels that you have ruined her rhythm and plan. Queen Medusa was going to do it herself. This should be the worst news possible." At least, Yang Dingtian couldn't imagine how he could stop Queen Medusa. Yang Dingtian asked, "Then what does Queen Medusa want me to do?" Shimen Ningning said, "She said that you have to make up for what you have done wrong. So, you can either go to New Naga and release the future Naga army to wipe out most of the humans. Or, she will do it herself and wipe out most of the humans. You can still control the former method. Once she does it, it will be completely out of control." Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and shook his head. "Impossible, I will never do that." "I know," Shimen Ningning said softly. Yang Dingtian asked, "Then, when will Queen Medusa do it?" Shimen Ningning said, "She has already done it. You will see it when you give a definite response." Yang Dingtian asked, "Then she should have seen my response, right?" Shimen Ningning nodded and said, "She knows everything that happened here and everything that we said." Yang Dingtian's heart was twisted in pain. Medusa's choice was very clear. Either Yang Dingtian did it himself, or Medusa did it herself. In short, most of the humans had to die. If Yang Dingtian chose to do it himself, fewer people would die. If Medusa did it, more people would die. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and said, "Why? Why? The humans didn't provoke her. Why must they die?" Shimen Ningning said guiltily, I'm sorry, Xiaotian, I didn't know, I'm sorry." Yang Dingtian hugged her gently and said, "It has nothing to do with you. Although she is your mother, it has nothing to do with you." Then, Yang Dingtian asked, "Ningning, do you know where your mother is?" Shimen Ningning shook her head and said, "I don't know. In fact, I have never seen her." Yang Dingtian was greatly surprised. Shimen Ningning was Medusa's daughter, but she had never seen her mother. Shimen Ningning said, "In fact, I woke up less than 100 years ago. Before that, I had always been in a chaotic state of consciousness. When I woke up, I was like this. I knew a lot of things and had strong spiritual power. As long as my mission was to lurk around Shimen Wuya as the highest emissary and watcher of the soul-leaving palace in the human countries. When I woke up, I was floating on the sea, on the poison extending straight of the northwest continent." Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. He originally thought that Shimen Ningning must be very old. He even imagined that the reason why Queen Medusa let go of the Mermaid Empire at the last moment and escaped from the Naga Empire and did not follow the other Naga to sacrifice herself to create the new Naga confinement space was because she already had a child in her belly. In that case, Shimen Ningning was at least 10,000 years old. But now, Shimen Ningning said that she had only woken up a few decades ago. Reading the doubts in Yang Dingtian's heart, Shimen Ningning said, "Xiaotian, you are right. I am indeed likely to be more than 10,000 years old, but our Naga is not measured by time, but by energy. Although my mother is pregnant with me, she can decide to give birth to me at any time. And you also know that the demigod Naga couple never give birth to offspring. It was not until they decided to sacrifice themselves that they found a way to give birth to the next generation of Naga in the new Naga, and also limited their energy. That was indeed the case. The Nagas measured their growth by energy, not by age." Shimen Ningning was silent for a while and said, "Husband, you rejected my mother. This is your final answer, right?" Yang Dingtian nodded. He didn't need to hesitate at all. In any case, he would not kill the humans he protected with his own hands. If Medusa did it herself, more people would die, but that was also fate. In short, Yang Dingtian would do his best to save as many people as possible. When he completely gave up, compromised, surrendered, and then killed a large number of humans with his own hands. He couldn't do it. Yes, I rejected Queen Medusa's proposal, no matter what the consequences are, no matter what she will do, Yang Dingtian said. Shima Ningning nodded and said, I know, I can't help you in other aspects. The only thing I can do is to live and die with you. If you die, I will drink the poison and turn myself into a fossil. Yang Dingtian's eyes were sore, and he didn't say anything to stop her. This was because Xuan was protecting him. She was telling Queen Medusa that she couldn't kill Yang Dingtian, or she would die with him. Sister Ningning, can you stay? Stay with me, Yang Dingtian said. Shima Ningning shook her head and said, Little Tian, if you were the first choice, I would stay with you. If you can't bear to do it, I will do it for you. However, you rejected my mother's proposal, so it's no good for me to stay. Because in that case, no matter what you do, how you respond, my mother will know. She can see my vision. Yang Dingtian said, Now, without your vision, can she see us? Shima Ningning shook her head and said, She can't. At present, in this world, there are only a few fixed energy points that can contact the soul-leaving palace. Of course, through the soul-leaving palace puppet, she can see everything. So, no matter what you want to do, don't let Wentian and Dugu Xiao participate, because my mother will know. Medusa could hear every word Shima Ningning said. However, she still said it, which was equivalent to betraying Medusa's secret to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian said, Then, can Queen Medusa control Wentian or Dugu Xiao's will? Shima Ningning shook her head and said, She can't. She can only write a mental program in the soul-leaving palace puppet's brain and then complete it mechanically. At present, the mental program in Wentian and Dugu Xiao's minds should have been finished long ago. Only then did Yang Dingtian relax. Shima Ningning gently left Yang Dingtian's embrace and said, Little Tian, there's not much time left. I have to go. Yang Dingtian said, Then what will your mother do? How will she kill most of the humans? Shima Ningning shook her head and said, I don't know. I feel that she will make a move soon. There's really not enough time. I'm leaving. With that, Shima Ningning rode a spiritual beast and was about to fly away. Ningning, where should I find you? Are you returning to the soul-leaving palace? Yang Dingtian asked loudly. No, I don't know where the soul-leaving palace is. Shima Ningning said, I'm just looking for a place where no one knows, or halfway, she will imprison me and then put me under house arrest at an energy point of the soul-leaving palace in the human countries. In short, I'll be as far away from you as possible. Because, when I'm close, I can read your heart, so you can't keep it a secret from her. With that, Shima Ningning flew away anxiously. Yang Dingtian said loudly, Ningning, one day, I will come to pick you up. I will let you live with us. Shima Ningning smiled gently at him and said, Little Tian, if two people love each other for a long time, they won't be together day and night. Then, Shima Ningning rode her spiritual beast and quickly disappeared from Yang Dingtian's sight. Yang Dingtian watched her disappear and then waited for Medusa to make a move. All the chess pieces were used up, and Queen Medusa finally went into action herself. Chapter 1182. However, the result was exactly as Yang Dingtian had expected. None of his attacks were effective against the Medusa statue. That's right, they were completely useless. He used all his means of attack, including slashing with his sword, striking with lightning, using the Naga royalty sword soul, and using the Chaos attribute sword soul. In the end, Yang Dingtian even used the earth-shattering 3 mysterious flame lightning. Not only was it useless against the eyes of the Medusa killing array, but it was also useless against the body of the Medusa statue. The Medusa killing array did not attack Yang Dingtian at all. However, all of Yang Dingtian's attacks were like scratching an itch through a boot. It still rotated once every minute, slaughtering hundreds of thousands of people every minute. Yang Dingtian used all his means and exhausted all the energy in the demigod soul sword soul, but it was to no avail. Then, the Naga Shuang said, "Husband, give up. This Medusa-killing array shoots out a kind of light that contains energy and spiritual energy. You can't break it." Yang Dingtian did not give up. Instead, he sat on the side and recovered his celestial qi. "I can't do anything to your statue or your eyes, but I can do something to your roots." After recovering his celestial qi, Yang Dingtian flew to the roots of the Medusa statue and began to dig at the Sunset Mountains. Yang Dingtian kept digging, hoping to find the roots of the Medusa statue. After all, this huge killing array did not appear out of thin air. It must be connected by some kind of energy vein, like the roots, just like the 1,000 miles mystic vein essence of the yin-yang mirror. After tens of thousands of meters, Yang Dingtian did find the roots of the Medusa statue. However, there was no energy vein at all, and he could not destroy it at all. Then, Yang Dingtian used the most violent method to try to topple the Medusa statue. However, all of his efforts were in vain. This statue was almost weightless, and it wasn't fixed by digging deep into the ground. Even if Yang Dingtian used millions or tens of millions of gene of strength, he would not be able to do anything. He had really used up all his tricks, but they were all useless. She even sprinkled the petrifying fluid that killed Naga on the eyes of Medusa's statue, but it still didn't work. 6 days and nights later. Finally, Yang Dingtian gave up all his efforts. This was because the Medusa-killing formation had stopped rotating, and its 2 eyes had dimmed. She had already stopped killing. This was because he had already completed the 360-degree turn. In this area, there were no traces of human life. With the center of the Sunset Mountain Range as the center, all humans within a radius of 7,000 miles were wiped out. From the Northlands, to the fringe, to the Northwest continent, and even parts of the Southwest continent. Currently, not a single human was left. Of course, because of the Doomsday Battle, the people in the north of the Sunset Mountain Range had all evacuated to the south. However, the current population of the entire West continent had exceeded 300 million. And only 20 million people had retreated into the Empire of Darkness. The remaining 280 million people were living on the West continent. And in this 6 days and 6 nights of killing, more than half of them had died. Iron Furnace City, Great Cloud City, Shijing City, Qin City, White Cloud City, and other densely populated places, more than 100 million people had turned into fossils. Of course, tens of millions of people had still escaped. This was because after Yang Dingtian discovered the killing radius and pattern of the Medusa killing formation, he immediately flew to various places and announced that everyone should escape to the Middle Continent, the Southwest Continent, and so on as soon as possible. In short, they should leave this killing radius. Therefore, before the light of Medusa shone on them, countless people, troops, and armed forces fled in all kinds of boats. Although most of them didn't escape, there were still some who did. Yang Dingtian flew to Iron Furnace City as fast as he could. On the streets and in the houses, it was still bustling with activity. Panicked crowds were everywhere. However, all of them were fossils. They were still in the state they were in before they died. They were completely lifelike. There was not a single survivor in the entire city. This was because after being shown by Medusa's gaze, there was still terrifying energy remaining in the air. At this time, any human who entered would also turn into a fossil. The entire city was still shrouded in a terrifying killing formation. Of course, the entire city was not completely lifeless. Ownerless horses, birds, dogs, and cats were still running and jumping everywhere. Even most of the winged cavalry were flying around in panic. Medusa's killing formation was basically only targeted at humans. Of course, there were also energy-flying beasts such as the Dark Dragon. This was because the flying beasts that desperately retreated to the Empire of Darkness had also turned into fossils. Yang Dingtian vaguely remembered that turning into fossils didn't mean death. It should be considered as being sealed. For example, the ancient sea snake empress had once had her soul and cultivation resurrected by Vulture. Although Yang Dingtian couldn't resurrect countless humans on a large scale, it was still a comfort. However, at this moment, rumble, all of a sudden, the entire northwest continent shook violently. In an instant, countless houses collapsed and the ground was torn apart. Countless humans who had turned into fossils on the ground were shattered and smashed into pieces. Yang Dingtian's heart surged with incomparable anger. She actually wanted to exterminate all of them. Exterminate all of them. Not only did she want to turn all of them into fossils, but she also wanted to shatter their fossils and scatter their souls. How vicious was this Medusa? Yang Dingtian forced himself to calm down. At present, retreating to the Empire of Darkness was no longer possible. This was because the entrances to the Empire of Darkness were all within the range of the killing formation. It was true that Yang Dingtian wanted to protect humans, but he also wanted to protect the humans who were already in the Empire of Darkness. They were the seeds of civilization. Next, where would Medusa slaughter? Her first choice was the West Continent. It was very simple because it was close to the entrance to the Empire of Darkness. Moreover, it was Yang Dingtian's headquarters. Then, where would his tower stand next? If she guessed correctly, it should be the Middle Continent. As long as Medusa's killing formation stood in the middle of the Middle Continent, the killing range would cover the North Middle Continent, the Great Middle Continent, and the South Middle Continent. Even the Earth Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilions in continent would be affected. Therefore, the Southern Barbarian Continent and the extreme South would not be affected for the time being. However, the Southern Barbarian Continent was not the next target. It would be the target after that. Currently, there were only about 3 safe regions in the entire human country. The extreme north of the world of ice and snow, the extreme south, and the Ghost Hell region. As for the Donley grassland, there was one of Medusa's energy strongholds there. It was definitely not safe. Even in the world of ice and snow and the extreme south, as long as the number of fleeing humans exceeded a certain number, the Medusa's killing formation might appear. Prompt decision. Yang Dingtian used his consciousness to control the soul swords and flew towards the North Middle Continent at the fastest speed. As for himself, he flew towards the Southwest Continent. The Southwest Continent was a new region built by the Council of Light. It was Yang Dingtian's most basic territory. In the future, no matter what the human countries did, they would need the support of the people of the Southwest Continent. Therefore, Yang Dingtian would also be biased. Among the people retreating into the Empire of Darkness, the citizens of the Great Cloud Sky City and the citizens of the Southwest Continent made up a large portion. However, after 10 years of development, the population of the Southwest Continent had greatly increased. Although a large portion of them had retreated into the Empire of Darkness, there were still tens of millions of people left behind. In the massacre of the Medusa's killing formation, the northern part of the Southwest Continent had been completely wiped out. However, there were still tens of millions of people in the central and southern parts that were still alive. Yang Dingtian wanted to save them. He flew towards the Southwest Continent at the fastest speed possible. At this moment, the place was in complete chaos. All the cities and villages looked as if the end of the world had arrived. Yang Dingtian flew directly to the Southwest Fleet's headquarters. Although the end of the world had arrived, there were still soldiers and officers in the castle of the Southwest Fleet's headquarters. Of course, most of the officers and soldiers had already retreated into the Empire of Darkness. However, there were still some troops left behind. After seeing Yang Dingtian, the officers and soldiers of the Southwest Fleet almost collapsed. They knelt on the ground and cried loudly. Yang Dingtian did not have time to comfort them. He directly ordered, "How many ships can be operated in the entire Southwest Continent?" "All of them. Including all civilian ships." The officer said, "A total of 19,000 ships." Yang Dingtian asked, "Is the material on the ship enough?" The officer said, I can't say that it's enough, but it's as full as possible. Because we've been preparing for a long time. Yang Dingtian asked, how many batches have the southwest continent retreated? The 7th batch has already entered the Empire of Darkness. The officer said, the 8th batch has all gathered in this city, but, the retreat suddenly stopped. How many people are in the 8th batch? Yang Dingtian asked. More than 3 million, the officer said. Yang Dingtian said, I order that the 8th batch's retreat officially begins. Destination, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor. The officer was stunned. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor was full of undead and Shura. Wouldn't it be suicide to go there? However, this was an order from the highest leader. He was only stunned for a moment before he immediately shouted, yes. Yang Dingtian asked, how many officers and soldiers are left behind at the moment? 90,000, the officer said, most of them are maintaining order in the retreat. Yang Dingtian said, all of you, get on the ship too. Yes. The officer immediately issued the order and gathered the 90,000 soldiers at the fastest speed. The 8th batch of retreating members was brought to the various ports. Yang Dingtian flew to the Underworld Empire to negotiate with the Ghost Emperor Wentian there. Of course, if the negotiation failed, Yang Dingtian could only start a massacre. Yang Dingtian's soul sword flew very fast. In less than half an hour, it had already flown to the northern Zhongzhou. In the northern Zhongzhou, there was also a garrison headquarters of the Council of Light to maintain order there and organize the retreat. The retreat in each place was done in batches. After the first batch retreated, the second batch began. The third batch gathered at the headquarters of the Council of Light from various places and waited for the next batch of retreating. Therefore, at the headquarters of the northern Zhongzhou Defense District, other than the troops left behind, there were only the people who were supposed to retreat to the Empire of Darkness. At this time, the northern Zhongzhou Defense District only knew that things were not good, but they did not know what had happened. In fact, only the officers in the defensive zone knew that the Great Retreat, which had never been interrupted, had completely stopped. Moreover, the Dark Dragon and the Dark Dragon had also stopped taking water. Therefore, the entire defense district felt fear and unease. However, they did not tell this to the next batch of people who were waiting for the retreat. They only waited for orders from their superiors. In the end, the order they received was not from a person, but from a soul sword. After Yang Dingtian's soul sword arrived at the headquarters of the northern Zhongzhou Defense District, it immediately controlled the soul sword to write on the ground, I order all the troops left behind in the northern Zhongzhou Defense District to bring all the resources, all the winged cavalry, all the ships, all the mounts, and the new batch of retreating people to head north. Head north to the world of ice and snow, head north. The signature was, Doomsday Committee, Council of Light, Tiando League, Yinyang School Head, Yang Dingtian. Yes. The few high-ranking officers immediately shouted in unison, even though Yang Dingtian could not hear them. Then, the hundreds of thousands of troops left behind immediately mobilized. They began to use the fastest speed to distribute the mounts and ships and started to retreat north. Then, Yang Dingtian's soul sword immediately turned south. Its destination was not the southern Zhongzhou Defense District, but the southern Barbarian District. Even though the southern Zhongzhou Defense District had the largest population. However, it was too late to save this district. Moreover, there was no retreat headquarters. In the entire northern Zhongzhou Defense District, other than the troops that maintained basic order, all the ships, resources, and winged cavalry had been transferred to the southern Barbarian District and the northern Zhongzhou Defense District. In less than half an hour, Yang Dingtian's soul sword flew to the southern Barbarian District Defense District headquarters. Similarly, it had the largest retreat force. All the people south of Zhongjing chose to retreat to the southern Barbarian District. There were hundreds of thousands of black vultures, tens of thousands of other mounts, ships, and countless resources. The people below Zhongjing who needed to retreat would gather in the southern Barbarian District, then ride the winged cavalry and enter the Empire of Darkness. Just a few hours ago, they had just sent off tens of thousands of people to the Empire of Darkness. However, it was obvious that these tens of thousands of people had met with misfortune. After Yang Dingtian's soul sword arrived at the Southern Barbarian District Defense District headquarters, it quickly wrote the retreat order. Order all the troops left behind in the Southern Barbarian District Defense District, as well as the latest batch of retreating people, to bring all the resources, use all the winged cavalry, and ship south to the extreme south. Signed, Doomsday Committee, Council of Light, Tiando League, Yinyang School Leader Yang Dingtian. Yes. The dozen generals in the Southern Barbarian District Defense District immediately received the order. The army of over 200,000 immediately gathered and began to organize a retreat. The extreme south was originally a lonely place in the sea. Moreover, most of the land was desert and not suitable for living. However, after many years of construction, there were many new cities and towns here. Some parts of the desert had even been planted with vegetation. It should be able to accommodate a few million people. Previously, when going to the extremely difficult place, they would pass through the devil's territorial waters, and no ships could pass through. This was because there were many ancient sea beasts living here, and it was also the ruins of the ancient sea serpent empire. However, these sea beasts had all been killed by the Naga Shuang. In addition to the ruins of the ancient sea serpent empire, it had entered a stable stage. Therefore, the devil's territorial waters had become peaceful. In these few years, the Council of Light had already developed a safe sea route. After the Soul Sword gave the order in the Southern Barbarian District Defense District headquarters, it immediately flew to the Eastern Continent Defense District headquarters. Similarly, it ordered the troops left behind in the Eastern Continent and the new batch of people to use all the winged cavalry and ships to retreat to the extreme south. At this moment it was just as Yang Dingtian had expected. The second Medusa's killing array appeared in the Middle Continent, and it was in the Tiando League's main hall. The entire main hall was completely torn apart, and the 50,000-meter-tall Medusa statue extended out in half an hour. Then, a new round of slaughter began. In these 6 days, Yang Dingtian would not attack the Medusa statue in vain. He would do his best to save as many people as possible. Chapter 1183. In the Central Continent, Medusa's massacre was still ongoing. As for Yang Dingtian, he used his fastest speed to fly to the Ghost Hell region, which was tens of thousands of miles away, and directly rushed into the barrier of the Underworld Empire. Almost immediately, countless undead in the surrounding area fiercely pounced on him. Afterward, he started to attack Yang Dingtian without any fear at all. Yang Dingtian completely ignored them, and directly turned into a stream of light, flying toward the center of the Ghost Hell region, toward the Ghost Hell city. His speed was simply too fast, and even the undead couldn't catch up to him. Ghost Emperor Wentian also immediately discovered Yang Dingtian. He originally wanted to immediately dispatch the saint-level Shura and the undead to kill Yang Dingtian. After wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, he found him without any effort. The entire evil ways couldn't wait to catch Yang Dingtian, and let the Demon King possess him. They didn't expect that Yang Dingtian would actually deliver himself to their doorstep. But then, they saw Yang Dingtian's terrifying speed, flying over 20 to 30,000 miles per hour. Then, they felt his incomparably powerful energy, and most importantly, the divine light on his body made them feel incomparably fearful. Ghost Emperor Wentian couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. What exactly happened? Previously, wasn't Yang Dingtian's cultivation only at the saint level? How could he be so deep now? What exactly happened outside? At this time, several years had already passed since the last time Yang Dingtian and Ghost Emperor Wentian met. And Ghost Emperor Wentian's contact with the outside world had also been cut off for several years. The last time Ghost Emperor Wentian came into contact with evil ways was when Li Ming and the Devil Queen were captured by Yang Dingtian. At that time, the Ghost Emperor Wentian had paid a great price to help Dongli break through to the half-step sage realm. However, he had been killed by Li Ming and had been robbed of his void-splitting fire. Then, Li Ming used the essence of the Void Fisher Flame to enter the Little Western Paradise and contact Eternal Farewell to invade the human countries. However, on the other side of the Little Western Paradise, there was no Eternal Asking Heaven, but Yang Dingtian's trap. At that time, the entire evil ways, except for the Demon King Wentian, were all captured. Li Ming and Daozi were also executed. However, Ghost Emperor Wentian was completely unaware of this. From his point of view, the evil ways' victory was already in his grasp. At that time, as long as they opened the path between the human countries and the Little Western Paradise, they would be able to take back the gate to the human countries. The experts of the Little Western Paradise led by Yong Shi could easily defeat Yang Dingtian's Council of Light and capture Yang Dingtian for the Demon King to possess. From Ghost Emperor Wentian's point of view, Yang Dingtian had already been dealt with and possessed by the Demon King. The reason why the evil ways didn't enter the Underworld Empire was because there was no need to. As for the Demon King Wentian, it would take at least 200 years before he would enter the Ghost Hell region. This was because after he possessed Yang Dingtian, he would have to find the Naga Shuang and copulate with her to obtain the half-step sage realm body. After breaking through to the half-step sage realm, he would have to fuse with the heavens of the next few planes. Especially after 200 years, when the Ghost Hell flames would bloom once again, the Demon King Wentian would fuse with Ghost Emperor Wentian. Thus, Ghost Emperor Wentian's mission had already been completed. Following this, no news was good news. It was even better that the evil ways didn't enter the Ghost Hell region. This was because every time things weren't going well, the Devil Queen would enter the Ghost Hell city to ask him for help. Moreover, every time he would have to bleed a lot. Ghost Emperor Wentian wasn't worried about the battle outside at all. As for whether Yang Dingtian would win, he didn't even think about it. After several years of silence, Yang Dingtian suddenly barged in with an unfathomable cultivation. How could he not be shocked? When Yang Dingtian arrived outside the Ghost Hell city, he directly opened a space gate and entered the Ghost Hell city. Then, he turned into a ray of light and charged into Tong Tian Tower. Ghost Emperor Wentian turned into a flame and suddenly soared into the sky. He coldly laughed and said, "Yang Dingtian, you actually dare to barge into my territory by yourself. Aren't you seeking your own death?" Yang Dingtian said, "Ghost Emperor Wentian, listen to what I'm about to say. First, the battle between me and the evil ways has already ended. Dongli, Li Ming, Devil Queen, and Demon King are all dead." When these words came out, Ghost Emperor Wentian screamed in shock, "Impossible." Yang Dingtian didn't say anything else. He directly took out a large pile of recording jades and injected his mystic chi into them. The recording of Li Ming's execution, the recording of Yongshi Wentian's execution, the recording of the Demon King Wentian's capture, and so on were all shown to Ghost Emperor Wentian. After Ghost Emperor Wentian saw this, the flames on his body violently trembled. He didn't dare to believe the scene in front of him. You killed Piaoling." After a long time, Ghost Emperor Wentian screamed. "Yang Dingtian, no, I didn't kill Queen Devil Queen. It was Demon King Shiman Wuya who killed Queen Devil Queen." Yang Dingtian used the fastest and most detailed method to explain everything tirelessly. Immediately, Ghost Emperor Wentian became even more dumbfounded. He never would have thought that the final Demon King would be Shiman Wuya. Moreover, the Demon King, who was close to becoming a demigod and had the primal Chaos Emperor armor, actually died at the hands of Yang Dingtian. Ghost Emperor Wentian said, "You've completely destroyed the evil ways. Now that you've come to the Ghost Hell region, are you here to establish your might or to exterminate them? You're powerful outside, but don't forget, this is my territory." Yang Dingtian ignored him and continued, "Second, I've already fused with Naga Dugu Shui and shared a demigod body." Ghost Emperor Wentian trembled and said, "So you're here to establish your might. You've only shared a demigod body, but you haven't broken through to become a demigod. What can you do to me? Yang Ding Tian, third, the soul-leaving temple chose Queen Hai Xin as a puppet and sent the greater space technique to New Naga's Wentian, which is your soul's main body. Then, tens of thousands of future Naga Dugu Shuais invaded the human countries. They're all close to becoming a demigod. Just now, it was the worst news. Now, there was suddenly good news. Ghost Emperor Wentian was a bit numb. He then smiled and said, in other words, the human countries are finished. Wherever the Naga Duga Shuais passed, not even a blade of grass grew. Against tens of thousands of Naga Duga Shuais who are close to becoming a demigod, you have no power to resist. Then, are you here to plead for mercy? Do you want me to help you save the human countries? Yang Ding Tian, fourth, these tens of thousands of future Naga Duga Shuais have been completely wiped out by us. Ghost Emperor Wentian was really going crazy. He roared, impossible. Impossible. That's the biggest mistake in the world. Yang Ding Tian, do you take me for a fool? Yang Ding Tian, fifth, Wentian's original name on earth is Li Lian. He has a daughter called Li Bijuan, who is my wife. Therefore, he is my father-in-law. You are a part of his soul. Therefore, I don't know how to address you. At this moment, Ghost Emperor Wentian couldn't make any sound. In these few short minutes, the things that Yang Ding Tian said had completely impacted his nerves and soul. It was too crazy. Even if all the things that happened in his life were added together, they wouldn't be so crazy. Yang Ding Tian continued, sixth, my father-in-law, Wentian, has already chosen to stand on my side. Half of the future Naga Duga Shuais were killed by him in the Empire of Darkness. The only thing he wants now is for me to defeat the soul-leaving palace and the god of chaos before sending him back to Earth. Ghost Emperor Wentian was no longer able to express any emotions. He could only mumble, return to Earth. That's impossible. Even if he can return, his family would have already become a grave. Yang Ding Tian, no, the time scale on Earth is completely different from here. 10 years here is equivalent to 1 year on Earth. Therefore, even if Wentian returns 100 years later, he can still make it in time. Ghost Emperor Wentian's gaze trembled violently as he sank into a state of confusion. Yang Ding Tian took out the recording jade and showed Ghost Emperor Wentian the scenes related to him and Wentian. Finally, Ghost Emperor Wentian couldn't take it anymore and said, all right, Yang Ding Tian, what do you want to do? Say it, don't say it anymore. Yang Ding Tian, all of the soul-leaving palace's methods and all of their chess pieces have been defeated by me. Therefore, Queen Medusa personally took action. She erected a statue that was tens of thousands of meters tall in the Sunset Mountain range. The eyes of the statue shot out terrifying rays of light, turning all humans within a 7,000-mile radius into fossils. Ghost Emperor Wentian was still stunned. He didn't think that Queen Medusa would personally take action. Yang Ding Tian, number 7, I need to transfer a portion of humans, roughly a few million or more, to the Ghost Hell region. Please set aside an area for these humans to live in and prohibit any undead or Shura from entering. After saying this, Ghost Emperor Wentian couldn't take it anymore and sneered, why should I, Yang Ding Tian? Even if Wentian is standing together with you, and he is your father-in-law while I am Wentian's soul avatar, it doesn't mean that we don't belong together. But now, it doesn't mean that he and I are one. You want to help him return to the human world, so you have common interests. But between you and I, there are no common interests at all. After saying this, Ghost Emperor Wentian felt that his attitude was still too soft and mocked, Yang Ding Tian, what made you think that I would help you? What made you think that after Wentian and you got along well, I would become your comrade? Yang Ding Tian, I never thought that. I haven't finished speaking, so don't interrupt me. Ghost Emperor Wentian, I'm all ears. I want to see how you will convince me. Yang Ding Tian, number 8, a few years ago, you helped the Queen Devil Queen and the others start the Second World-Ending War, allowing countless undead to enter the human countries and committing crimes against humanity. Therefore, after that, the Council of Light created countless lightning devices. Originally, they planned to use this army of lightning to enter the Underworld Empire after the war ended and exterminate all the undead Shura. However, if you are willing to help me this time, I can let the Underworld Empire off. Ghost Emperor Wentian was instantly enraged and said sternly, On Ding Tian, when I need help, you are actually threatening me? Don't forget, you can't even protect yourself right now. Moreover, your army of lightning cannot enter. You want me to help you? Dream on, dream on. If you dare to let your humans take a single step into the Underworld Empire, I will immediately let my undead army devour them. Yang Ding Tian said, the ninth condition. I didn't break through to the demigod realm, but my soul sword has. If the demigod realm is considered to be at the 50th rank, then my soul sword is already at the 51st rank. Furthermore, it can create the 3 mystic flame lightning, and its power is around the 59th rank. You can calculate how many attacks it would take to exterminate all the undead and Shura under your command. Everyone knows that the undead and Shura have no resistance against lightning. You dare. Ghost Emperor Wentian's voice trembled. Suddenly, a whistling sound came from the horizon. Then, a ray of light flew over from afar and floated above the heaven-reaching tower. It was Yang Dingtian's soul sword. Its flying speed was too shocking. After going to the northern central region, the southern barbarian region, and the eastern region, it flew several tens of thousands of li before returning to Yang Dingtian's side. Number 10, I am not negotiating with you, I am ordering you. Yang Dingtian said resolutely. Then, Yang Dingtian used the soul sword to draw a map of the Ghost Hell region in the air. He drew a line on the eastern third of the Ghost Hell region, directly cutting off a third of the area. You have 2 choices. First, temporarily cede this area to me and expel all the undead Shura there. Second, if you refuse, I will kill all the undead Shura in this area. Then, I will place several thousand giant lightning devices on the line I drew. This way, all the undead Shura will not be able to cross. Number 11, you have 3 minutes to consider. Yang Dingtian said. At first, Ghost Emperor Wentian was extremely angry. Yang Dingtian was not negotiating with him, but a naked order and threat. But soon after, he realized that he had no other choice. How would I know that your soul sword has broken through to the demigod rank? Ghost Emperor Wentian sneered. Yang Dingtian did not say anything and directly ordered the soul sword to shoot out a demigod rank primal chaos attack. Bang! An extremely powerful energy hit Ghost Emperor Wentian's ghost fire. Immediately, ghost fire shuddered violently, feeling a fatal threat from the beginning to the end. Did the ghost fire break through to the demigod rank? No, its energy level had not reached the demigod rank. However, the amount of energy it contained was astronomical. Yang Dingtian's soul sword would need to launch countless attacks to completely destroy it. After all, the netherworld ghost fire had been accumulating energy for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. The countdown of 3 minutes has begun. Yang Dingtian said coldly. Then, he immediately used his consciousness to control the soul sword and directly flew to the eastern third of the netherworld Ghost Emperor. It floated in the air and then prepared to kill. Time began to pass, second by second. However, Ghost Emperor Wentian did not make a last-minute decision. Not even a minute had passed, and he had already made a decision. Agree to Yang Dingtian's request. He had no choice at all. That's right, the ghost fire that his soul occupied was incomparably dense. It was even many times more dense than the demigod Nagas. However, the attack level of this energy would never reach the demigod rank. Therefore, neither he nor Yang Dingtian could do anything to each other. To be more precise, if Yang Dingtian was determined to kill him, he could do it. The most important thing was that Ghost Emperor Wentian could never leave the ghost fire, and could not leave the Tower of Babel. He could only control countless undead and Shura to achieve his will. Otherwise, he was nothing. If Yang Dingtian killed all the undead and Shura, then he would be a lone commander. Therefore, although he was extremely angry, he could only obediently compromise. Yang Dingtian said. Ghost Emperor Wentian said, "You should know that this is the Ghost Hell Land. The sun can't shine in. Humans living here will constantly lose their vitality and be constantly devoured." Yang Dingtian said, "I know. But at least they can live for a while, and they can take turns to walk out of the barrier and bask in the sun." Ghost Emperor Wentian said, "Why don't you let them go to the Umbral Realm?" "To the Umbral Realm? Your void-rending fire can directly send them to the Umbral Realm." Yang Dingtian said, "Most of these people are civilians. If they go to the Umbral Realm, they will immediately die. As for the Umbral Realm, they can't even withstand the extreme cold of the northern lands of ice and snow. They can't even reach the border of the abyss. Therefore, although your Ghost Hell Land is the worst place, it is the only choice." Following this, Yang Dingtian didn't say anything else and directly left the Ghost Hell Land. Ghost Emperor Wentian also immediately ordered all the undead and Shura in the area to retreat. 6 days later. Most of the northern Zhongzhou, the entire Great Zhongzhou, and the southern Zhongzhou. There was not a single living human left. All the humans had turned into fossils. This was the place with the highest concentration of humans. Last time, Medusa killed more than 100 million people. And this time, the number was several times higher than the previous one. In other words, more than 60 to 70% of the world's population had been destroyed. Even though Yang Dingtian had made many preparations, whether it was to escape to the world of ice and snow, to the southern lands, or to the Ghost Hell Land, the total number was only in the tens of millions. In 6 days, the entire Zhongzhou had become a land of death. Following this, a new statue of Medusa slowly rose in the East Continent. Fortunately, the East Continent had a total of 6 days to escape. Unfortunately, there weren't enough ships and winged cavalry. Only a portion of the humans managed to escape. After another 6 days, the entire East Continent had been turned over by Medusa. Currently, only the Southwest Continent, the Southern Barbarian Continent, the Southern Lands, the Ghost Hell Land, part of the Yingzhou Continent, and the Empire of Darkness had survived. The number of survivors was around 200 to 300 million. Yang Dingtian anxiously waited for the fourth Medusa-killing array to rise in the Southwest Continent, the Southern Barbarian Continent, or the Southern Lands. However, in the end, the fourth Medusa statue didn't rise. She seemed to have given up. As for Yang Dingtian, he didn't stop at all. He headed straight for the Dongli grassland, under the pyramid, the soul-leaving palace's energy stronghold. He wanted to negotiate with Medusa. This time, he easily entered the radius of the soul-leaving palace and saw the statue of Queen Medusa again. Medusa, in the previous Armageddon war that happened every 200 years, only 1 to 200 million people died. This time, you've killed far more people than that. You should stop now, Yang Dingtian said. Medusa shook her head and said, "No, it's still too early. Most of the people I killed were civilians. The warriors are hiding in the Empire of Darkness. Yang Dingtian, I gave you a choice. If you killed them yourself, you could control them and save more people. If you let me kill them, this is the result. It's good enough that a few million people can survive. I won't stop." Yang Dingtian said, "Then, where is your next Medusa-killing array?" Medusa shook her head and said, "No, it won't be the Medusa-killing array next time. It consumes too much energy. Especially the people in the Empire of Darkness, the energy-killing array can't reach them. So, I have to use another method." Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat as he thought of a possibility. "Medusa, don't tell me you want to use such a poisonous method?" Queen Medusa nodded and said, "Yes, it's the method you think it is. Yang Dingtian's face twitched and he said, nothing can be changed. Medusa nodded and said, nothing can be changed. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Yang Dingtian said, I know. Then next, I will use all means to break through to the demigod realm and kill you. Medusa said disdainfully, you can't do it. Yang Dingtian didn't argue with her. He directly woke up and left. He knew that Queen Medusa had temporarily exhausted her energy. Next, there would be a period of peace. He didn't know how long this period of peace would last, but during this period, he and Naga Shuang would use all means to break through to the demigod realm. Then, they would kill Medusa. Even if she was the mother of his lover, Shiman Ningning. Chapter 1184. After that, Medusa ceased all activities. The new Medusa's killing formation was never erected again. Obviously, this method of slaughter consumed too much energy. Moreover, there were no more areas with dense human populations, so Medusa would use another method. But he believed that it would take some time. Because Medusa needed to recover her energy and spirit. In fact, Yang Dingtian had never understood how Medusa turned an astronomical number of humans into fossils. This did not conform to Yang Dingtian's understanding of energy at all. Even a demigod Naga would not be able to kill so many humans if she used up all her energy to slaughter. Moreover, to Medusa, there was no difference in the amount of spirit energy used to turn a saint-level powerhouse and a civilian into a fossil. In other words, in front of Queen Medusa, a saint-level powerhouse was no different from a farmer. Therefore, this must be another method of slaughter. It was definitely not the current mainstream method of using energy to destroy another energy life form. It should be some kind of energy reaction. Moreover, Yang Dingtian believed that Medusa did not rely on her spirit and energy to complete this slaughter. Naga Shuang said that even if she broke through to become a demigod, she could still kill point to point from thousands of miles away. But Medusa's slaughter radius was actually 7,000 miles, and it was a complete slaughter without any blind spots. Not even half a human would survive in the entire fan plane. This was unbelievable. Moreover, after the slaughter, the entire space was still shrouded in energy, and any human who entered would still be turned into a fossil. The entire area was completely covered in death energy, which was even more terrifying than nuclear radiation. Yang Dingtian could not feel this energy, but he did feel it. Because the southern barbarian continent had been continuously experimenting. The eyes of the Medusa statue in central continent had been closed for more than 10 days, and the slaughter had stopped. Every 3 hours, the southern barbarian continent would send a death row prisoner to the area covered by Medusa's killing formation. Although the slaughter was over, and the eyes of Medusa's killing formation were closed, the death row prisoner still turned into a fossil. However, the time it took for these prisoners to turn into fossils was getting longer and longer. The most recent data that Yang Dingtian obtained was 17 minutes. It would take 17 minutes for this death row prisoner to be completely turned into a fossil in the area covered by the Medusa's killing array. In other words, the energy of Medusa's killing array had been depleting. Moreover, this had nothing to do with the distance of Medusa's killing array. Regardless of whether one was close to the statue or far away, the special energy enveloping them was the same. This experiment was very inhumane. It was approved by Yang Dingtian personally. Most of the time, he was the one who completed it. He wanted to know what kind of effect Queen Medusa's massacre would have on the entire human kingdom. Would it affect the survival of mankind in the future? From the looks of it, there was an impact, and it was a very, very big one. Even though the terrifying energy that shrouded the human nations had been weakening, it would take a very long time for it to completely disappear. Shuang, according to your speculations, is it possible for Queen Medusa to use her own energy to complete this massacre? Yang Dingtian asked. Impossible. Naga Shuang said, killing all the humans within 150 million square miles within 6 days. Moreover, the killing range is 7,000 miles. This is simply impossible. The amount of energy required is astronomical. Husband, if I want to kill someone from 1,000 miles away, the amount of energy required is more than 1,000 times that of killing someone from 1,000 miles away. This is because I don't have a soul sword. I can't let the soul sword fly for 1,000 miles before killing the target. I have to directly release an energy arrow to kill it. As the distance increases, the energy will continue to weaken. Yang Dingtian understood that this was like high-voltage electricity. As the distance increased, the energy loss would also increase. Naga Schwanger said, I have roughly calculated that Medusa has completed a killing array. If it is purely from the perspective of energy, it would require more than 100 pinnacle demigods. Yang Dingtian immediately understood what Naga Shuang meant. If a demigod Naga flew out and massacred a large area by herself, the amount of energy required would be much smaller. However, Medusa's killing array, which covered 150 million square miles in one go, would require more than 100,000 people. Naga demigods would need more than 100 pinnacle demigods. Queen Medusa only had one demigod C. After completely releasing it, she would need to condense it again. Naga Shuang said, therefore, we can be sure that Queen Medusa used a special spiritual power to control a very, very powerful energy to complete this massacre. This energy definitely did not come from the human nations. Yang Dingtian nodded. At present, the human nations could not possibly have such a huge source of energy. Naga Shuang said, next, she probably won't raise another Medusa's killing array. Instead, she will use another method to kill the remaining humans. If I'm not wrong, Shimen Ningning must have thought of a possibility at that time, so she desperately ran away, trying to escape to a place where Medusa could not find her at all. Yang Dingtian nodded in understanding. He could indeed guess what Medusa's next move would be. No matter the reason, it seemed that Queen Medusa was unwilling to show up, or perhaps she could not show up. However, she and her daughter, Shimen Ningning, were completely connected. In other words, she could transfer part of her energy to Shimen Ningning, then control Shimen Ningning to complete the next precise massacre. Ningning thought of this terrible scene, so she desperately ran away. Shuang, 3 Medusa's killing arrays should have exhausted all of Queen Medusa's spiritual power. Yang Dingtian said, then, how long do you think it will take for her to recover? Naga Shuang said, husband, she doesn't need to fully recover. As long as she recovers 20 to 30%, she can start the next precise massacre. Yes, that was indeed the case. Naga Shuang said, based on my race's memory, Medusa's complete spiritual recovery seems to range from 800 to 1300 days. Yang Dingtian said, you can't measure Medusa like that. She should be especially powerful. Moreover, she only needs to recover 20 to 30%, so the time will be very short. Therefore, I feel that the time she gave us is at most half a year. Naga Shuang said, I agree. Yang Dingtian said, Shuang, in the soul-leaving temple's energy stronghold, I can see Medusa in an illusion. If I'm not wrong, that energy stronghold is like a signal tower that can gather and receive energy signals from Medusa tens of thousands of kilometers away. Yes, husband. Naga Shuang said, it's like the TV signal tower when you were young, and like the radio in the early days. Naga Shuang and Yang Dingtian were completely telepathic at this time. Unlike Yang Dingtian, she would read Yang Dingtian's memories almost whenever she was free, not letting go of any privacy. Yang Dingtian, on the other hand, rarely took the initiative to read her memories. Therefore, she knew almost everything about Yang Dingtian on Earth. Yang Dingtian said, then is it possible to capture the energy signals from Medusa, reverse engineer them, and locate Medusa's location? Yes. Naga Shuang said, I said before that as long as we break through to demigod, we will definitely be able to meet Medusa. The method you mentioned is the most direct. Capture her energy trajectory directly and reverse engineer it. We will find her in about a few seconds. Yang Dingtian asked, do we have to break through to demigod? Naga Shuang said, husband, Medusa sends energy signals from tens of thousands of kilometers away, or even across plains to the soul-leaving temple stronghold in the human countries. The energy stronghold then captures and amplifies them. That's why you can meet Medusa in an illusion. This energy signal is very weak, and it needs to be condensed and amplified by the energy stronghold. Therefore, when you chase the energy trajectory in reverse, the energy you release will continue to weaken, and it will have to travel tens of thousands of kilometers, or even across several planes. If we don't become demigods, with our current cultivation, it will completely weaken in less than a few thousand kilometers. Understood. He had to break through to demigod to find Medusa's location. Only by finding her could he get rid of her. Naga Shuang said, this is because we have already intercourse, which is why we have a huge advantage. Because we mean 2 demigods. In the words of Earth, 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Half a year. Queen Medusa would only give him half a year at most. At that time, she might control Shimen Ningning and enter the human countries, or even the Empire of Darkness, to carry out a precise massacre. Yang Dingtian couldn't let this happen. In this short month, Yang Dingtian could only completely ignore the countless humans who had turned into fossils and been killed. As long as he thought of the countless human fossils in his mind, his heart would even stop for an instant, and then shrink into a ball, as if this could alleviate the pain in his heart. Despite the fact that many of them had once opposed Yang Dingtian, scolded him, rebelled, and attacked the Radiant Parliament was still in the limelight. But in this great calamity, all humans should be the target of his protection and rescue. He had already saved a large number of them, but he had still lost so many. In the future, if the humans he had already protected encountered another calamity, Yang Dingtian suspected that he would collapse. Because that would prove that everything he had done was worthless. His struggles over the past 10 years, the sacrifices and struggles of countless elites of the Council of Light, would become meaningless. Shuang, break through to demigod in half a year. You can use any means, light or dark, Yang Dingtian said. Is there any way? Any way? No. Naga Shuang was resolute. Then, Naga Shuang said, husband, it's not just the human countries, but the entire chaotic world. The only place where you can break through to demigod is the Dark Throne of the Dark Kingdom. Even the remaining ruins of the old Naga Empire can't do it. The energy pressure is not enough. Yang Dingtian said, Shuang, don't forget that I still have 2 energy gems. These are the 2 eyes on the Medusa trap guarding the ruins of the Naga Empire. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, they have devoured an unimaginable amount of energy. Not long ago, they devoured 4,900 future generations of Naga who were close to demigod. Naga Shuang said, I know, husband. Our minds are connected. Of course I know of their existence. Yang Dingtian said, even these 2 energy gems can't help us break through to demigod. Naga Shuang said, of course it's enough. It's enough for 10 or even 100 of us to break through to demigod, let alone the 2 of us. This Medusa trap was guarding the borders of the Naga Empire and had existed for millions of years. When the Naga Empire was still around, one of the gems had to be removed every 1,000 years to release its energy in the Naga Empire. After the fall of the Naga Empire, it hasn't been removed or released for at least 10,000 years. Therefore, the amount of energy contained in these gems is astronomical. Yang Dingtian took out an energy gem from his space ring. He really couldn't feel the existence of any energy at all. He couldn't imagine how such a small energy gem could contain such a huge amount of energy. Naga Shuang said, husband, size no longer matters to these 2 energy bodies. Because its interior is also a huge independent space. It's like a sea of energy. Its interior can be a space of tens of thousands of miles. Yang Dingtian was very clear about this point. Naga Shuang said, and in fact, these 2 gems aren't products of the Naga Empire. They were left behind by you in the ancient era. Immediately, Yang Dingtian was completely astonished. She had originally thought that these 2 gems were created by the Naga Empire. She didn't expect them to be from the ancient era. Yang Dingtian asked, then, is there no way to devour the energy in them? Naga Shuang said, previously, in the Naga Empire, dozens of powerful Naga demigods were needed to open this energy gem each time. It was opened bit by bit and released bit by bit. How could the 2 of us open it? Yes, such a huge amount of energy was condensed in this crystal. Yang Dingtian could imagine that it was completely impossible for her to open it. And even if she could open it, the only result would be that the human kingdoms within tens of thousands of miles would be completely destroyed, and the great cataclysm would come ahead of time. Because the energy inside was just too shocking. Just the 4,900 Naga demigods were more than what the human kingdoms could withstand. But now, the path was very clear. In the entire chaotic world, only the Dark Throne of the Empire of Darkness could break through to the demigod realm normally, but it would take more than a few hundred years. If she wanted to break through to the demigod realm in a short time, she could only devour these 2 ancient energy bodies. But it was impossible to open it, and even more impossible to devour its energy. But now, at this time, anything that was impossible had to be tried. Conventional thinking was impossible, but if she changed her way of thinking, there might be a breakthrough and a surprise. Yang Dingtian said, Shuang, I've decided. In the following time, our only mission is to study how to open these 2 ancient energy bodies and how to devour them. Naga Shuang said, yes, you're a male. You have the final say. Then, Naga Shuang said, husband, you already have a direction, right? Yang Dingtian said, I vaguely have a direction. You said that it's not a product of the Naga Empire, but of the ancient era. Perhaps it's a product of tens of millions of years, or even longer. In that case, if we want to open it and devour it, we first have to know what it is. Naga Shuang said, husband, according to your boldest guess, what is it? Yang Dingtian said, I'll find the answer right away. Shuang, wait for me. I believe that we'll know what it is soon. Then, Yang Dingtian turned into a stream of light and flew toward the west. Naga Shuang immediately knew where Yang Dingtian was going. That place could indeed find the answer, and even the method of opening and devouring. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.